in the den of iniquity. Vicinity no pretty, calamity fi hit we any moment, what a pity. Tomorrow never certain, what dwells behind the curtain. The face of evil smirking with that shifty eyes averting. It's not a steady bubble, that either pop or topple. Many will fall and stumble, let the dozers gather rubble. From LA to Colorado, Guinea to Burkina Faso. Cannons could reach the towers and the troops will storm the castle. I say, run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. So run, run, come, make we get it. Calling all your daughters and your sons, we come forget it. I say, run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. Lord, run, run, come, make we get it. Calling all your daughters and your sons, we come forget it. With the rubble steady rising and hearts are compromising. Convictions here are stifling, making evil appetizing. The fists are steady forming and countenance is falling. Defenses are withdrawing, possibilities are falling. In these circumstances, evil will make advances. Pick up your sword and lances and be sure to take your stances. Victory is never promised, the battle is upon us. Gather the brave and honest and the righteous in your corners. Go. Run, 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 make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. So run, run, come, make we get it. Calling out your daughters and your sons, we can't forget it. I say, run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. Lord, run, come, come, make we get it. Calling out your daughters and your sons, we can't forget it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. So run, run, come, make we get it. Calling out your daughters and your sons, we can't forget it. I say, run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. Lord, run, come, come, make we get it. Calling out your daughters and your sons, we can't forget it. Run for the hills, let the will lead the mind. For living is the thrill with the doubt left behind. Amidst all the wreckage, there is beauty to behold. We are fearless and intrepid from the depths of our soul. The hands of the steady cleave the rose from the corn. The sweat of the weary brings us closer to the dawn. The motion of the wheel brings the light to the mind. Be aligned, it's divine. Run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. So run, run, come, make we get it. Calling on your daughters and your sons, they come forget it. I say, run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. Lord, run, come, come, make we get it. Calling on your daughters and your sons, they come forget it. Run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. So run, run, come, make we get it. Calling all your daughters and your sons, we can't forget it. Run, run, come, make we get it. Because the peace that is bestowed upon the meek is overrated. Lord, run, come, make we get it. Calling all your daughters and your sons, we can't forget it. On the shore, relentless in the war. The legions in our hearts, shed waters in our balls. The spirit and the flesh, the emotions that arrest. The cerebral will contest, propelling the unrest. Preachers and bandits with means underhanded. The teachers pedantic and lack understanding. So sweep out the sand with the broom in your hand. Stand up, make we burn Babylon. Guess I can give the world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you lurking, demons searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Cause I can give the world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demons searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. the semblance of a blaze. With gratitude and rage, we touch another page with delirious delight. Impervious to light, this vitality and might encourages the flight. Preachers and bandits with means underhanded, the teachers pedantic and lack understanding. So sweep out the sand with the broom in your hand. Stand up, make we born Babylon. Cause I can give the world to you, the world to you. But the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Cause I can give the world to you, the world to you. But the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. But the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Cause I can give the world to you, the world to you. But the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within.
Hello, 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 hello. Sound check, sound check. I can see the bubble around my head. Therefore, it would seem that we are getting sound. So now I am free to open up the camera. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Shout out to the chat. As you can see, I'm still at the Africa base. I will be leaving Ghana by the end of, well, let's say I'll be arriving back in the San Francisco Bay Area by the end of next week. So how's everyone doing? Shout out to Nicer in the chat. Shout out to Goldie Jones in the chat. Salute, 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 salute. I hope everyone is having a good holiday. I hope yesterday was good. I hope you're making up for the misbehavior. I hope you're rebuking that pumpkin pie out of your system. And Goldie Jones says, Ike, I wanted you to be live so bad yesterday. I kept checking to see if my reminder was wrong. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Wanted to give you guys a break. I could have gone live. Perhaps that's a silly thing to say about giving you guys a break. No breaks. Sup, Ike, good music, says Dream Team Nation podcast. Shout out to Dream Team Nation podcast. And shout out to everyone in the chat. So today we're talking about a set of 3 values that compete with each other. Over here in this channel, we tend to, from time to time, talk about trade-offs. So for example, we talked about a particular trade-off between an exciting life and how it plays with boring routines. I said an exciting life requires boring routines. And then we talked about versatility versus efficiency and how they play with fragility, introduced the concept of anti-fragility and so on and so forth. We talked about that vis-a-vis streams of income, using streams of income as a focal point for talking about these concepts. In other words, there are certain things in life that, well, let's not say certain things. Most of life Okay, most of life is about trade-offs. You cannot have it all. There's no free lunch, so on and so forth. You cannot eat your cake and have it, even though that's one of those terms that is strange. The whole eating of your cake and having it, and so on and so forth. But as Thomas Sowell said, there are no solutions in life. There are only trade-offs. We all know the very popular one, for example, about quality, cheap, and fast. You can have two, you cannot have all three. You can have it cheap and fast, but it's not going to be high quality. You might be able to squeeze out high quality and cheap, but it's not going to be fast. It's not going to be, on your time. It's going to be on the time of whomever is delivering that product, service, software, or whatever. All right? You might be able to get it cheap, or you might be able to get quality and fast, but you're not going to get it for cheap. So that's a well-known trifecta. This particular one here, freedom, nature, and equality, two things to say about it at the onset. Number one is that you can only optimize for one of these things. If you want freedom, you're going to need to give up on some nature, on some naturalness, if you will, and you're going to need to give up on equality. If you want equality, you're going to need to give up on freedom and nature. If you want to go all natural, all nature, and you want to be consistent in that way, you're going to need to give up on freedom and equality. These three things, though, are values that we hold dear in our personal lives and definitely in the political system. The political system of Western democracy and human rights and so on and so forth prides these three things. You listen to any political speech, and let me mention the second thing I was going to say about this. Well, number one is that you can only get one, and then the number two is that this talk lies within the realm of the political order. Okay, and by political order, I don't mean politics. I don't mean party politics, Republican, Democrat. No, I'm talking about political philosophy. I'm talking about how we ought to live, the nature of the good society. Hence, we need to talk about values. Whenever you have to talk about politics, you need to talk about what is the good society. Whenever you talk about the good society, you need to define what the good is. And this is the realm within which we're playing. In other words, political philosophy, not your petty party politics. Party politics and politics is for the masses. And this channel here, we don't deal with the masses, okay? We do not. We do not do mass stuff. So, two things. Number one, you can only optimize for one of these things. And then number two, we're dealing within the realm of the political order. Now, why is it important for us to understand the nature of this set of trade-offs? I would say that it is important because Shozan in the house, consistently showing up. Enjoy your wrench, Shozan. So I would say that's particularly important because we live in a time whereby people talk about freedom. You listen to any particular political speech and so on and so forth, which, by the way, again, is just masses stuff. Okay. But the political order vis-a-vis the good life and the good society and how we ought to live, in other words, ethics and politics, from an individual point of view and from the point of view of a society which will sustain that particular lifestyle that we deem to be the good one, it is important to understand that when people tell you freedom, and they also tell you equality, and they also talk about the natural order of things, let's say vis-a-vis environmentalism or male nature, female nature, for example, the natural way of things. We need to know that these things are in opposition to each other. And we need to understand how the modern political project has sought to resolve the tensions. These tensions are age-old tensions, okay? In the past, well, let's just say In the past, in most societies, we have leaned towards more of the inequality, and we say we follow a natural order wherein there is hierarchy. And we'll go through a systematic breakdown, as usual, right, of the hypothesis, demonstrate why there is indeed a opposition in these particular three things, and that you can only get one. You're going to go for freedom, you're going to give up equality and nature. You're going to go for natural, you're going to give up freedom and equality. You want everything all equal? Well, forget about freedom, and definitely forget about natural, right? So, point is, in the past, generally speaking, people would lean towards inequality, okay, and nature. They will move away from the whole equality thing, and they will talk about, well, let's talk about the nature of things. Let's create a space for drawing strict borders around what this particular group is, what our borders are, what our language is, what our culture is, what you are, what your role is. You're a serf, you are a priest. The Indian caste system, for example, or think about aristocracy or former class systems, you know, the slaves and the freemen, so on and so forth. In other words, these three things and the tension between them has had to be dealt with from time immemorial, all through all different kinds of societies, and even in your individual life, you're going to need to deal with, because again, politics does not just play in the group. Politics is also an individual thing. And this is something that we elucidated in the, I believe, the third part in the What Ike Read series, which was about Plato's Republic, where Plato's Republic, one of the main themes of Plato's Republic is going between the individual and the society and showing how if you look at one and what's good for one, you can kind of create an order for what's good for the other as well, right? In other words, society is made up of individuals, it's made up of people. So it's not so crazy that if you can look at a whole society and say, well, look at it as one single body and say, how should it be ruled? And then you can compare it with yourself and say, how do you want to be ruled? In other words, you ruling yourself, because you have different parts of your soul, if you will, in the particular book divided into three parts: the desiring part, the spirited part, and then the rational part. But I say that to say this, that whether you're looking at your individual life or you're looking at the life of a society, for time immemorial, thousands of years, 2,500 years of political philosophy literature that we know of, people have been talking about how do we balance these three things. So let's get right into it. And today we're going to be fairly casual because it is, what you guys call today? Black Friday. Yeah, Black Friday. Black Friday. It is Black Friday. It is holiday season. I don't think a lot of people went to work today, so we're being fairly casual today. We take some vitamins. So let me go ahead and share my screen and begin to elaborate upon this. So let me go ahead and make the usual apology. While I am here, I have a smoke alarm detector thing. The chirping goes on. Apologies for that. Apologies also for not being able to see all the chats. I'm just here with my laptop, not my usual setup, and so on and so forth. So things might be a little clunky. So apologies are, I think, necessary for that. I think apologies are necessary for that. Shout out to the unspecialist. And you say, none of the groups realize that these ideals are not fully attainable. Yes, because life is about trade-offs because these things are needed. You do need a space for freedom, a space for nature, and a space for equality. You do have different particular kinds of individuals that lean one way or the other, which is another thing about political science or political ideologies, which is the fact that a huge part of it, I believe, are just a question of psychological makeup. Okay, let me put it one this way: like there are, generally speaking, again, generally speaking, differences in the psychometrics of men and women. Okay, and these differences tend to play any of these particular differences, psychological differences between people, are not so great in the middle. In other words, the average man and the average woman, psychologically speaking, are not so different. But it's about the extremes, it's about the tails. So, for example, there is a difference between aggressiveness between men and women. Okay, the average man and the average woman, in other words, the average man is not so much more aggressive than the average woman. And you can find any day any particular woman that is more aggressive than any particular man. That is just how stuff is with any distribution. But guess what? The most aggressive and the most violent people, right there at the tail of the distribution, they're all men. Okay? Go look at the prisons. Prisons are filled with men. So for people who like to push back on any kind of differences between groups, because they always want to look at the middle of the pack and say, well, the average man, the average woman is like, I think it's quite disingenuous. It's silly. It's downright stupid, and I have no patience for stupid. So we know that things are more important in the margins, in the edges, okay? If you think men and women are the same, how come prisons are filled with men? Okay. And I just picked one particular psychometric aspect in order to demonstrate the point. So I am saying that to say this. If you see, therefore, one particular group having a particular set of political beliefs, let's say women tend to more lean left, then you have to, at least it is safe to assume that there is something about your political choices that are psychological, about your psychological predilections, proclivities, about things that just lay dormant in you the way that you are, and that you could not help but lean left, or you could not help but lean right. And it is not a question of doing some complicated logical calculations and arguments, and therefore you landed on the left, landed on the right, landed on the center. And I know it varies from issue to issue, but in any particular issue, a huge part of your political leanings is your psychological predisposition. Okay, you're psychologically predisposed to be one way or the other, and you're going to have these different types of people in the different societies. Some which will lean more towards hierarchy, some which will lean to more towards egalitarianism. Okay, women will generally lean towards egalitarianism, and men will generally lean towards hierarchy. Okay, and for anyone again, anyone who's doing the whole, looking at the middle and saying, I know this woman who's more, or I know this man who's less. It's like, come on, okay? Smart people know the differences in the mean, in the middle, are not that great. But as you go out, that's when all the differences start to matter, and it really does matter, okay? If you say, oh well, women are just as aggressive as men, well, that talk in the middle doesn't really matter because where it comes down to violent crimes being committed, that's when it matters. Things matter at the edges, things matter at the extremes. That's why you're going to have all the violent crimes and all, perhaps I'm being pejorative because someone's going to say, how about that woman that committed this? Like, well, prisons are filled with men. Now, I'm using this particular example because it's not one that people can push back on easily. I say, oh, okay, well, you're being unfair. I'm not being unfair. Okay. I'm a man and I'm telling you something that does not particularly shed a good light on men, right? Which is, violence and whatever. And we can all accept that one. So let's stop with the pushing back on differences from a psychometric point of view between groups. And these differences will display themselves in political preferences. All this ought to make you more cool headed as to why people disagree with you and not get all in your head or all in your feelings about why somebody disagrees with you. It's they're actually different from you. They're different. And by the way, each of these particular kinds of people are required for the whole of society to work. If you have a society filled with a particular type, it does not work. Now, these two types are going to clash. And this is a huge tangent I'm going on here, ladies and gentlemen, but hey, it's Casual Friday. And I've been known to go on a tangent or two in these live streams, right? So, take for example, people that are open and are big on in openness, okay? I'm such a person, for example. The creative types, the artist types, okay? They're different from the manager types, okay? So the creative types tend to be entrepreneurial, we're rather intuitive. We just go ahead and take action, not very strategic. We don't plan much. We just like, go do it, go do it, go do it. Start a new business, start a new venture, start a YouTube channel. Just go do it, right? And then you have the other types who will spreadsheet everything and plan everything and make sure things are running. You need this type. And that this particular juxtaposition I'm saying goes in line with what I said about, the exciting lives versus the boring routines, versatility versus efficiency, so on and so forth, right? When you are an entrepreneurial type, a business starter type, a Steve Jobs type, you know you need good managers. Otherwise, whatever it is you start will not last. Similar to another juxtaposition that we did in terms of inspiration, which would be more on the side of the creative, open, entrepreneurial, artistic type, versus institutions, which is more on the accountant type of person. Okay? Without the accountant, things will not last. Nothing can run. The accountant and the managers and the bean counters and so on and so forth, nothing works. But these two people are different psychologically, and they're going to have differences in terms of their political preferences. Okay? They're going to have differences in terms of the political preferences. The more we understand this, the more we can, I think, get away from thinking everybody needs to believe what we believe, think what we think, come to the same conclusions we come to because of some kind of logical progression of um, data analysis, right, or argumentation. It's not going to be the case. Shozan says, reminds me of lifting. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Women will say that they can be as strong as men because both men and women can lift, yeah, that kind of stuff. But look, it's embarrassing a lot of times when people make disingenuous arguments because anyone who has rubbed two brain cells together in the study of anything real in the real world knows how to view statistical data and understands that when you're looking at the mean or the averages, in the middle of the bell curve, in other words, of these two particular groups, that there's a whole lot of overlap and there's not much difference, but that's not what matters. In economics, in business, in life in general, things matter at the edges. Things matter at the margins. That's where price movements happen in the market, for example. That's where arbitrage and competitive edge is in business, for example. It's not in the middle where it's not in all the commonalities that you have. Okay, so this particular point ought to be stressed because I think it's just important for people to understand the consumption of statistical data, stop being disingenuous, stop being phony, and more importantly, stop being stupid. So, I digress. Over 9,000 more likes, indeed. Sending out the scouts. Sending out the scouts. Okay, so now, as usual, I will go ahead and I will share my screen vis-a-vis certain fleshing out of this particular topic that we need to do. Again, the topic is the juxtaposition, okay? The juxtaposition between these three values. There are three values. We find them to be valuable, right? These are things upon which political orders are built. We talk about freedom. We talk about life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. And then we talk about a society of egalitarian, of equality, equality under the law. We talk about natural rights, right, and natural law. We talk about being one with nature, okay? And we have political stances to be taken on the side of nature, for example, about natural roles and so on and so forth. Let's say the pro-choice versus pro-life argument. Okay, nature comes into that one a lot. Nature versus, let's say, science, right? Where science is on the choice and freedom end of things, and nature will be on the pro-life end of things. So you're going to hear people talk about these values, and you're going to hear people who think they're being consistent when they say, oh, I'm all about freedom. You cannot be all about freedom all the time. We'll talk about the particular group of people that are all about freedom all the time, and they're a particular psychological group as well, and they're also a political group. Okay? But we're going to start out by just going ahead and going through these three things, talking about how they oppose each other. So I believe, if I'm correct, and I'm sharing my screen here, we're starting out with, okay, we're starting out with nature. And we're saying that nature constrains and discriminates. So what do I mean by this? And it makes sense. To say something has a nature, okay, is to put borders around it. These borders will be a set of particular attributes. Or let's just say, okay, water has a nature. I'm going to put borders around a particular physical property of water that has to do with temperature, for example. Water will boil at 100 degrees centigrade or Celsius. It will freeze at 0 degrees Celsius, right? That's the nature of water. It has a chemical nature because it's H2O. It has certain bonding. It's able to bond with this and that. It has an ionic this and that and the other. In other words, you're putting a strict border around things when you talk about their nature. And also it discriminates by definition. When you put a border around something, you mean it is not something else. Water is not a hydrocarbon like the oils and so on and so forth, right? The carbohydrates or the fats or even, okay, it's not an organic compound, okay? It's different. So why do I say that? Why do we say this at all? Because we're talking about nature and how it can oppose these other things. And when I say constrains and discriminates, you can already see that the constraining part is anti-freedom. You cannot be fluid with the characteristic. You cannot, when you're standing on nature principle, it restricts your freedom, right? Let me get a one in the chat if it makes sense so far. That, okay, we're going to go through these three things. We're starting with nature, and we're saying that nature, by definition, is about constraining and discriminating. There's one thing over here, it has a nature. Another thing over here, it has a nature. We put borders around them with parameters, attributes, and characteristics, and so on and so forth. And we say it is such. For some things, it can be much more verifiably such than for other things, just like water, for example. Yes, we can really nail it down. For material things, we can really nail it down. Perhaps for psychological types and for biological things, it gets a little bit more fluid, but still, it is not some kind of amorphous, ever-changing, ever-fluid situation that we have when we talk about nature. And this is directly opposed to freedom. And I should say constrains our freedom, not contains. But I'm going to go ahead and make the changes as I go along here. But I will not be able to catch it all because as I go from the next sheet, the same mistake is going to repeat itself. And even now, I did not do it correctly. So yeah. Yes, 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 ladies and gentlemen. And I see a one in the chat. See ones in the chat. Shazan is causing trouble in the chat. Yes, so there is something valuable to leaning on nature. There's some kind of a good, these are, and values are constructs by which we set our pole star, by which we set our, let's call it, these are ideals. These are guiding principles, okay? Nature is a good one. You can say, I want to be guided by nature, and it's fair. But immediately, you're going to need to tamper down the freedom a little bit, okay? You're going to need to tamper down the freedom a little bit if you're going to be guided by nature, all right? And this particular first two statements here are quite self-explanatory. Constrains our freedom. And the third statement is just a way of saying, if we want to preserve certain things, we need to constrain our freedom. If we want to preserve certain natural orders, because human beings have certain powers to exert freedom upon nature. Okay? Let's call it science, for example. We can decide to take our machines and chop down all the forests. But something tells us, and it's a smart thing, that tells us probably that's not a good idea. So we want to maybe preserve nature. So we need to hold back on our freedom a little bit. You already begin to see the tensions forming. Because you may say, I am all about being guided by nature, but perhaps you don't mind drilling a little bit in the wilderness. To hell with the caribou, right? To hell with the caribou and the special turtles and the lizards stopping me from putting down my pipeline. Okay? These things are opposed to each other. So that's a simple one, I think. And then we get into freedom. And I will have to just say that nature constrains our freedom again. Item number 2 on the nature part, when I say it resists uniformity, that's me mentioning that basically nature is opposed also to equality. There is no equality to be found in nature because of the discriminating aspect of nature. Water is not oil. They're not equal. They're not the same thing. They never will be. Okay? Even when you take a particular set, which are very similar, and you pick one attribute, like let's say you pick all these trees, and you pick an attribute, let's say size, you're going to find that they all have different sizes. You pick your planets, all have different sizes. Okay? There's going to be a distribution, a hierarchy vast inequality is to be found in nature. The natural order has nothing to do with equality. Okay? So not only does it constrain your freedom, but due to its discriminating quality and its defining quality, it precludes the notion of equality. So you cannot be all about nature, 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 but then turn around and go equality, equality, equality. That's unconsciously, I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't do that, but you need to know when you switch from one mode to the other. And you cannot think that you're being consistent. I'm not here advocating for consistency. By the way, I'm going to mention that as I go along. That, I think there's a statement, there's a phrase, and I'm paraphrasing now, that a certain kind of consistency is a sign of a weak mind. If you think that consistency is the be all end all, then you don't understand the trade off nature of reality, right? Well, you're trying to live in a purely logical world. Consistency is important for following the steps after you have already set the standard and set the goals. Okay? After you've set the premises, set the standards, set the goals, whatever it may be, set the rules of the game, and then consistency is needed. The logic is needed. And logic, one of the first rules of logic is the law of non-contradiction. You cannot be contradicting yourself. However, in order to set the standard, in order to set the rules of the game, you cannot lean on consistency. In order to set the rules of the game, it's about trade-offs. Okay? You can't just say, I'm going to set the rules of the game all on the side of nature. You're going to run into problems really quick. Same thing, you're not going to be like, I'm going to set the rules of the game to be all about freedom. Now, nature constrains our freedom. We know that. Okay? What do we mean there? We're saying that we cannot, all right? We cannot be everything and do everything. Okay? Nature imposes limits. There's no biological free lunch. Okay? And as I mentioned earlier, science is that tool by which we try to break free from the constraints of nature. Okay? Talking about freedom now. And we see that freedom is immediately opposed to nature, but how does freedom play with equality? I think you probably already know. I mentioned in the previous stream, I don't recall which one now, but I mentioned the fact that a lot of people tend to think that they're for equality, but then they come to channels like this, that, and the other to look at ways of improving their knowledge, having edifying conversations, looking for ways of improving their discipline, looking for ways of improving. You cannot be for equality and be trying to improve yourself, because every step you take towards improvement, you're leaving people behind, and you're therefore increasing the level of inequality in the world. By definition, you want freedom to improve, but at the same time, you want to talk about equality all the time. You need to check yourself. Again, this is not about calling for consistency, but it's about calling for an understanding of which particular lane you're in when you're doing certain things. And it also has a sobering effect. The entirety of this talk is to give you a sobering effect vis-a-vis politics. I mentioned earlier in our tangent that there's psychological types that predetermine our political positions. That is a huge factor, the psychological type that we are, that determines where we're going to land in politics. That should have a sobering effect on you. In other words, you shouldn't think that people who disagree with you politically are crazy. They're just different from you psychologically. And this psychological kind of difference is something that we can understand. I talked about the entrepreneurial, artistic, open-minded kind versus the button-down, spreadsheeting, bean counter type. Okay? These two types tend to have different kinds of political leanings. Do they need each other? Yes. Does it mean they get along, or does it mean that no, they don't necessarily get along, right? The entrepreneurial type probably thinks he's at the top of the mountain, and to hell with those, puny managers and being accountants. They don't know how, what we do and how important we are, that kind of a thing, right? But they actually need each other, using that within the context of a company, let's say. And that's true in the larger society as well. That should give you a sobering effect. Stop thinking, oh, everyone should agree with you. If everyone agreed with you, things will not work. And it's not about agreeing with you, actually, because it's not a question of argumentation. It's a question of already having decided what the priorities are because of your psychological predispositions. You already decided. And then you pick the arguments. You already decided what your value system is. And by decided, I mean unconscious decision. Your particular psychological makeup and everything has already decided what you're about. And then you just kind of find post hoc rationalizations. This ought to have a sobering effect on you. And then also here, it ought to have a sobering effect on you to know that even though you preach equality out of one side of your mouth, know that out of the other side of your mouth, you're practicing a lot of inequality when you go into the realm of freedom, especially the freedom to improve or not improve. You can choose to deteriorate, or that's a word that always twists my tongue a little bit. Deterioration. You can choose to backslide, or you can choose to move ahead. And this is a freedom of choice. And this is about increasing the inequality in the world. So you have to have a sober reflection about this thing so you don't feel like, oh, I don't understand those people that are all about hierarchy and so on and so forth. You're participating 100% in hierarchy when you wake up in the morning and try to be better. So chill. Stop acting like you don't get it or you don't know. Everybody participates a little bit in the one of these things, either nature, equality, or freedom, but in a particular way that serves their own particular ends. Everybody, to state again, participates in nature, freedom, or equality, but in a way that serves your particular ends. But it behooves you to understand the existence of this particular triad, and that you can only be working to optimize one in any particular silo, in any particular situation, and that you're not consistent all the way through. Because you can be preaching equality on one hand, but as I just showed you, if you're doing self-improvement type stuff, there's nothing about self-improvement that's about equality, okay? When equality, go find the lowest common denominator and just stay there. Okay? Everyone is practicing meritocracy, aristocracy, and so on and so forth with their own individual selves in terms of how you rule yourself, and then also how you interact with society in general. Let me see what's going on in the chat here. Taylor says maybe being against nature is our nature. That is a very good point, by the way, because I mentioned in the onset, and this talk is going to end with this conversation, that is, the conversation with the chat, is going to get to the point where we're going to talk about how the modern political order tries to bring these things together. What Taylor said, which is maybe being against nature is our nature, is a particular way in which certain societies try to bring it together. The Greeks, for example, by the Greeks I mean, let's say, Plato, right? Aristotle. They thought that, or they saw the city, in other words, civilization, to be the peak of nature. It is not so much our point of view these days. We tend to look at it in terms of a big juxtaposition. And it's perhaps because of the advancement of science, right? Science advances so far that we tend not to look at it anymore as natural. But perhaps it's just a choice you make in your head to choose that, well, maybe it is completely natural as a human being to build civilizations, which we tend to say is not natural, but maybe it's 100% natural. And not to go on a huge digression about the Greek way of looking at things, but that is a good point. That is a good point. The unspecialist says the more freedom you have, the less possible equality. Yes. Okay. The less possible equality is because people naturally have differences in ability, different attributes, different effort, and consequently different outcomes, especially equality of outcomes, which we will talk a little bit about the fact that that's a completely different thing from equality of opportunities when we start talking about how the modern society tries to bring all these things together, these competing interests, how we try to fashion a balanced approach vis-a-vis the whole political order. And in that particular way, the difference between equality of outcomes and equality of opportunities is key. But yes, the unspecialist, more freedom you have is the more freedom to express inequality because it's already going to be natural inequality. And if you let things go free, boom, the natural equality just shows up. And the more you let the freedom go, then there's that aspect you talk about effort, which is about changing, which is what I said about self improvement. You have a lot of people talking communism and socialism out of one side of their mouth, but are constantly trying to improve themselves. No shade, no smoke. Just get a sobering effect. Just chill. And that's why I say typical party politics and such is for the masses. That's why I don't like it. Okay. But politics from a philosophical point of view, which we're discussing right now, which talks about nature, freedom, psychology, the good life, the good society, how it could be, where we start with a clean chessboard, arbitrariness, and try to place things how they go and try to balance things out using actual brain cells as opposed to, okay, let me calm down. I get really heated with when it comes to the masses and the silly things that they do. But the reason why I think politics, party politics of that very, very surface level is silly and so on and so forth is because there's no sober reflection involved whatsoever. There's no responsibility. It's just jingoism and jumping around. It's so stupid. Okay? And then it leads even more stupid people to say, like, oh, just give it all up. Politics, I don't even want to hear about politics. They don't understand that politics is about this kind of conversation. Okay. And even what we're talking about right now is very surface level. Okay. Politics is about the nature of the good, the nature of ethics, and the nature of the good society that will support the good. And you need to define the good, and therefore you need to define your metaphysics and your natural order as well, and your epistemology, that which is your way of knowing. It goes all the way through. You start at what is the good society? Therefore, what is the good? Therefore, what is the nature of the medium that we're talking about, which is human beings and human society? How do we know this stuff, which is epistemology? And what is the nature of reality? That is politics. Politics gets right down to what the nature of reality is, not the stupid stuff that idiots talk about. And Shozan says, not going to lie, I pointed out something I need to work on. Oh, I love equality, but yet I'm always training mentally and physically. Great. Uh, in other words, it's not about really working on it. It's just about knowing that. And then when you know it, you're a little bit more humbled. You understand now, oh, I get hierarchy. Those people who talk about hierarchy, I get it. Those people who talk about aristocracy, those people who talk about being the best, oh, I get it. Because I practice it in my life. Okay? So you can keep on practicing your hierarchy and aristocracy on one end, and you can keep on still talking about your equality, but you're going to talk about it differently when you understand that you participate in both lanes versus when you just think with all this vitriol and all this venom that you're only on one side. And those people on the other side, I don't even understand how somebody could be by hierarchy at all. Those are just evil, awful people, you know? They just want to put their boots down on the neck of the masses and rah, rah, rah. And all I'm advocating is just chill, chill. Shout out to KS Rain in the building. Shout out to you, sir. Thanks for showing up all the time. Enjoy your moderator privileges. So, the dark side. Roskov, what's up, man? He says, hello, I'm late. What's up, Ike? Well, what's up to you? What's up to you? Taylor says, could you see a utopia being possible? Or do you all civilizations have an expiration date? I think that there are two things involved with what you just said. The expiration date and the utopia, slightly different things. Expiration date, yes. Why? I'm giving you a because, but not because I have lived all through the time of the universe to see all civilizations come to an end. That will be the true scientific knowledge, right? But what I'm giving you is a rational argument, not an empirical argument. The rational argument is because of the law of nature that says, you know where I'm going. Because of entropy, because of the second law of thermodynamics, things always move towards disorder. And in the previous stream, we talked about how institutions, any kind of mold that you form, will tend towards deterioration, atrophy, ossification, and so on and so forth. And because one reason is because the environment is always changing, okay? And another reason because it tends to not have mastery in it, right? Because the people who formed it, okay, the people who formed it had mastery, but the people who simply just habitually follow it do not have mastery. Okay, so two reasons why systems, institutions, and so on and so forth need to be broken down and then new ones rebuilt. One is the trivial reason, which is it is the nature of the universe to be constantly changing. So whatever you have built is not going to be congruous with the new environment, Taylor. And then secondly, because whether it be you have a certain set of habits that you've created, or you have a certain set of institutions that a society has created around the first masters, the first conquerors, or so on and so forth. The mastery is going to dwindle away. We all know the story, right? You know, the conqueror comes through or the business pioneer comes through, and then by the third generation of his sons or the third generation of the society, things start to, right? So that is why I think that, there will always be an expiration date. Utopia, I also think is impossible. Again, from using a rational argument, not, I would say rational and both rational and empirical, because the empirical side has to do with the fact that we've never seen it. Okay, so the data would suggest. On the other hand, there is a rationalistic kind of an argument which will say, well, given the fact that wherever we look, we see that the life is about trade-offs, right? Hence, whichever system we form is going to be teetering on a slight imbalance, such that any kind of change in the environment or any kind of new change will cause it to slip, right? You could try to create a dynamic system, okay? But I don't really necessarily think that that's a utopia, you know? A system that is so fluid and dynamic, which it was the attempt with the American system, for example, with the balance of powers and the competition and the this and the that and the constitutional amendments, so that things can kind of flow and change with the times, right? And but that's not necessarily a utopia either, and that'll be hard to maintain mastery of as time goes into the future. Great question, though. Great question. Great question. And Taylor says, so the inevitable blue pill beta sims are the problem. Ah. It is my habit, or perhaps an excuse or post hoc rationalization, to zoom out high enough to a point where you can see the complementarity of everything, the dialectic complementarity of everything. And let's call it a dynamic balance. That in any particular point in time where you're living, because you're limited as a system in time, and you're in terms of your knowledge and in terms of also your point of view, you're going to look at things as, oh my God, here's what's wrong. But things have a process, and it may take several generations for things to play themselves out. And each individual piece, let's say, in your particular statement here, let's say the blue pill beta sims, will have played a role in the evolution towards a better state. But the reason why I think that this is kind of a post-hoc rationalization is because it's that kind of it's utopian, I think. It's utopian to think that, history is always moving towards a particular, history is moving towards better and better things, The arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice. Or you can have a Marxist point of view with the material dialectic, right? Which just says, don't worry, okay, given the nature of human beings and the nature of material goods and who has the means of production and so on and so forth, these factions will, first, the feudal system will be taken down by the capitalists. The capitalists will do great things, but then the capitalists will be taken down by the revolution of the proletariat, blah, 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 and everything will be perfect. Or you can have Hegelian kind of spiritual dialectic where, again, due to all these different things, different forces working against each other, things end up in a good place, okay? But at any particular point in time, it never looks quite good. So there's a little bit of that I like to add into the thoughts sometimes, even though I'm a little skeptical about it. I generally rather just stay cynical, let's say, and smell the roses, right? After all, life is short, and not worry so much about who or what the problem is. Even though, as Sojan pointed out, once I start talking about, you want to get me triggered, just, you know. Get silly and stupid and small-minded and disingenuous and not understanding, just a lack of understanding and stupidity triggers the hell out of me, right? But I try to check myself. So we have looked at, okay, nature. We talk about how it constrains. And by constraining, it constrains our freedom. And by discriminating, okay, by saying this is this and this is that and that is the other, you cannot be A and B and C at the same time. It is the nature of A to be A. And it's different from the nature of B. By having that kind of a conscription, mm, no, conscription is not the right word. But by nature having those kinds of attributes, they are against both freedom and equality. Okay, when you are discriminating and putting borders around things, you're creating things that are not equal to each other by definition. Okay, and then we talked about freedom. Okay, freedom and nature definitely opposed to each other. Okay, and then we see how freedom and equality are also opposed to each other. So what else do we have here? Okay, we say, okay, that, and this is kind of give you an idea of how some of these things tend to bleed into each other because there are no clean boundaries. The universe is called the universe for a particular reason. And this goes to that whole point of dialectic complementarity. Um, if you zoom out far enough, everything is one. Okay? Therefore, all boundaries become arbitrary. Right? This is something that is good to know, that conceptualization is about drawing boundaries around things. You take an organism, it is one. It is actually also one with the environment. There is no such thing as an organism without an environment. You take an ant and you throw it into space. What is an ant in space? What is an ant in space? It doesn't make it, there is no meaning. No. The ant and the earth and the water and everything around the ecosystem and the ant hill, that is what the ant is. There is organism environment. In other words, there's an ecosystem. There is no separation. However, for the purposes of conceptualization, for the purposes of power, human power, that is, us, we divide it. We draw lines of longitude on the earth and lines of latitude for the purposes of power. We separate the ant from its environment and study it in relation to its environment. We separate its parts. We divide it into two sides and we talk about, it is symmetrical in this way. Is it symmetrical also in this way? We take these different kinds of things and we group them into different aspects and so on and so forth. But again, you zoom out and there is a universe, which is a single turning. Okay, there is only one thing. And I said all that to say this, that by definition, concepts always bleed into each other. Okay, concepts are like Venn diagrams. Okay, there's always a point at which they intersect so that, you know, you can talk about certain things, small tangent here. You can talk about emotions, for example, in a good way or in a bad way, because emotions intersect with, let's say, passion and fire and zest for life and go out there and get it, inspiration. Okay. There is a part of the circle of emotion that intersects with that. But there's another part of the circle of emotion that intersects with indecisiveness, not having fortitude, flightiness and weakness and irrationality, right? So this is the word games that we play though with ourselves. So someone could say emotions are always bad, and then they look at the part of emotions that intersects with certain bad things and they just stay there in that particular intersection of two Venn diagrams or two little concepts in the Venn diagram. Another person will go and go to another corner and talk in that corner, but it is the job of a philosopher to always be able to see all the diagrams and how they intersect with each other and just smile and not be fooled. So now we'll talk about equality. First thing about equality is that it's not found in nature. So right from the beginning, equality just goes ahead and just says, this is not natural. Right from the onset. Okay. You don't find it in nature. Nature is about discrimination. Nature is about differences, chaos, and what have you. Okay. So, first thing to note is that in your quest for equality, you are more in an unnatural place. So, to Shozan, you should know that your equality talk, in whichever realm in which you talk about equality, you are in a artificial place, and you should know that artificiality, technology, science, so on and so forth, is important, but you should know that that's where you are. You're being a technocrat. You're being a tinkerer when you talk about equality. Okay? Tinkering is important. It's what human beings do. But you should know that's what you're doing. Therefore, you should tinker like a tinkerer does, with care and with uncertainty. There's too much of certainty in certain talk of equality. It's just too certain in certain people. Like they're absolutely sure. They know how to just tweak the right things to get society just right. And you often think, well, no one else in the world of engineering or whatever is this confident. Okay? And you're talking about engineering, the most complex and inunderstandable reverse engineering, by the way, because you know it's not like you're building something from scratch. You're trying to reverse engineer something which we don't yet understand even from an individual level, the single organism, its reaction with its relation to the environment, and then society as a whole. You're trying to tinker with that thing. You are in the land of tinker. You are in the land of artificiality. You're not in the natural land. Act as such. Calm down on your confidence, is what I would say when you are in the realm of talking about equality. Because you may not know what you're doing. Well, as a matter of fact, you don't know what you're doing. You're experimenting, so don't be so sure. It could be ridiculous, catastrophic results of your experiments. So, society today has a lot of emphasis on equality of the sexes, for example, in terms of their roles and their nature, so on and so forth. And this is a fairly new thing, but and this is not talking about good, bad, or indifferent. It's just a question of knowing that this is a new thing, and B, we barely started running the experiment. Because some people just think, oh, it's a done deal and it is what it is. No, you are tinkering, and even if you are the master tinkerer, in other words, you are behind this whole new movement towards equality. You should be smart enough to know that the jury is out on your experiment. As a matter of fact, we're just at the very beginnings of seeing what this will wrought on us. We've lived for millennia, thousands and thousands of years in a totally different order. And just in the blink of an eye, just yesterday, we started this equality thing. And as I'm saying, it's in the realm of engineering. It's in the realm of social engineering. And as such, you should know that you have no idea what the consequences are yet. The jury is out. You should be humble about it in any kind of equality you're pushing, whether it be economic, social, psychological, whatever it is. Okay? Even if it's of a spiritual kind, where you're like, you know what? God gave the breath of life to every human being. That was a revolutionary thing. in terms of, the equality of man from that perspective, from that ancient Jerusalem perspective of we're all kind of God's children, the divine spark in us. That was in itself too a revolution, because it is not obvious at all that we are that way, and that most societies didn't look at it that way, right? But that's been so long, and that has been so imbued in us now, that this quote unquote Judeo-Christian values are 100% part of the way we look at it. We cannot even imagine not looking at things that way. But at some point, that was a new idea. And we're continuing to see the reverberations of that particular kind of tinkering that says no slaves and no slave masters, so on and so forth. And, very much opposed to the caste system in India, for example, and many other systems around the world that have, what do you mean, the spark of, God in all of us? What are you talking about, right? So in this particular time now, it's been only a blink of an eye since we started particular tinkering, and you should know that it is not natural. And to say something is not natural is not an argument against it. Okay? So I may have certain positions. As I've mentioned before, I tend to, on the one hand, because on the one hand, I'm a open, free thinking, entrepreneurial, artistic, just do, intuitive type of person. On the other hand, I have this kind of order part of me, right? That tends to be conservative. And it tends to say, hey, for at least one aspect of my conservatism is, hey, know what you're doing. As I said in another stream, don't go taking down a fence that you just see in the middle of a forest without first knowing why that fence was there. It behooves you to do your due diligence to see why that fence was there to begin with. So when you go down taking down societal scaffolding in terms of, let's say, roles for different people, right? If you don't understand why they're there and understand that you are actually indeed taking down something that's been there for thousands of years, and that you cannot say that you know what the consequences are going to be completely, if you're not honest that way, then I find you a little bit suspicious. It's not that you're wrong. It's just that you got to at least know what you're doing, right? So, of course, equality requires restrictions to be placed on our freedom. So we talked about how equality is anti-nature, but equality is also anti-freedom. Okay? And in the looking at the freedom aspect, we already saw that. We said, hey, freedom, freedom is the freedom to be unequal. Freedom is the freedom for the natural inequality to display itself. And if you roll the time forward, more and more inequality will emerge as a result of people being free to improve or deteriorate, right? So restrictions placed upon freedom by equality, all right? Equality of opportunity is a good way, okay? This is just me just mentioning here briefly one way in which, then I'll go and look at the chat right now to see what's going on with you guys. If there's a dumpster fire over there or not. One way in which in modern societies we can kind of, okay, let's balance things. So equality of opportunity. And even that involves many, many different kinds of trade-offs regarding nature. Okay. You can say equality of opportunity, but you're not going to stop the natural differences from displaying themselves, and it will always result in inequality of outcomes. If you're looking for, and this is where I'm going to plant a flag and I will die on this particular hill. Now I'm taking a stance. If you're looking for equality of outcomes, you're an enemy of mine. 100%. And that is a hill I'll die on. If you're looking for equality of outcomes, you're a tyrant. So, equality of opportunities is a way in which we try to at least balance the dictates of, equality, the need for equality in a modern society where you still want some freedom, right? Because otherwise, they're very opposed to each other. So you say, well, let's set the playing field as level as possible. It'll never, ever, ever be completely level, and that's fine. That's life. Okay. And then the ball rolls forward and all kinds of chaos happens, plus the natural inequalities that are already in people will lead to inequality of outcomes. And this, for me, is a serious stance that I will not budge on. You want equality of outcomes, you are an enemy. Shout out to Native. Is that Arain? Arain? Shout out, says Peace, Brother Ike. What is balance? What do you mean by that? Snuggles668. What do you mean by what is balance? I forgot what I was talking about at that particular time. But there is no balance in life. There's only trade-offs. There are only choices and consequences. There is no balance, right? One of the things that we hear, since you said the word balance, let me give you my own kind of take on balance, which is that it doesn't really exist. It's just a good word to be using for certain things. Yes, you can balance things on, you can do a beam balance and, in terms of physical stuff. Yeah, fine. But when it comes to either you as an individual or as a society, there are many ways in which balance is illusory. One of them is because, you cannot have it all. It's just impossible to have it all in many different realms. You hear work-life balance. No, they're only work-life choices and they have consequences. Okay, there's work-life choices and you have consequences. There's no balance. Oh, perfect harmony. You think Elon Musk has balance? You think Steve Jobs has balance? No one has balance, including you, right? There is no balance. It's just choices and consequences. Even if you try to say, okay, I'm going to balance two things, and I use this particular example, which I got from the Ghost in the Shell anime. Shout out to Ghost in the Shell, standalone complex, where someone said this particular thing, and it's very true, which is you could want to balance something, but where you put the first stone changes everything. In other words, you have something that you need to balance, okay? Let's say social responsibility versus individual responsibility. But mainly due to psychological predilections and so on and so forth, right? People are going to choose to put the stone on one side first versus on the other side. Okay, some people are going to put the stone on the individual responsibility side, and then they're going to balance on the social side. It is a completely different thing from putting the stone on the social side first and then balancing off on the individual side. Even though both scales are seen to be balanced, those are two completely different lives, two completely different set of circumstances surrounding them. They look completely different. This is just the nature of human beings and human society. And you know what I mean. If you start first with your individual responsibility, before you balance with social responsibility, you're a completely different person than someone who says, I'm starting with social responsibility and I always play catch up on my individual responsibility. At any given point in time, you guys' scales might look the same, but it's a totally different type of person that's going on. That's why I don't really necessarily believe in balance, just choices and consequences. It always looks different, right? I don't have a Patreon yet. I will be having a Patreon very soon. And thank you, Native. He says the meditation videos World of Fire. Fire, fire, fire. Shout out to Q Dog in the house. Fire, fire, fire. Shout out to Q Dog in the house. So let's continue here. What we got? What we got here? What do we have? We are talking about quality and equality of outcomes. Okay, it's neither free nor natural, and that's why it's so dangerous, because you're going to take away freedom and you're going to take away nature just for equality, which is on the completely social engineering, tinkering side of things. No one deserves that kind of power. No one knows what they're doing in that regard if you're honest, if you're a true engineer, and therefore there's something really wrong with you if that's what you're looking for in life. If you're looking for equal outcomes for everybody, I feel the dark side coming on. I want to say certain things about you, but I'll chill. So let's talk about certain typical inconsistencies and contradictions. Not because they're bad, but just so that we can make them conscious in ourselves. Shozan earlier talked about how he goes for self-improvement all the time, but on the other hand, likes equality. And I said, great, that's fine. Just have it be something that has an effect on your psychological disposition about when you talk about equality. Have some more humility in yourself, because you now know that you also participate in the freedom lane, which is about self-improvement, the freedom to be unequal. Because freedom is about the freedom to be unequal. The freedom to balk against uniformity is mainly what freedom is about, right? So don't think that you don't know what the people who talk about freedom and hierarchy are talking about, because you do it. So it doesn't mean you should be consistent. It just means that you should be aware that you're playing in one of these different baskets at any given time, and you should therefore have some humility and chill and calm down and understand that the other people on that other side are not aliens, because you do it too. It's just that a particular psychological type is going to be strong on one side, okay? And they're going to be super anti one side. I've mentioned before in the past that my big anti is equality. I'm just not moved by it so much. I'm not really an equality person, okay? I love hierarchy. I love inequality. One could say certain things about why that may be, but it's definitely not because I think I'm going to be at the top of all hierarchies. Definitely not. No, I'm just some dude like everybody else. So it's not that. It's just a psychological predisposition, right? Psychologically, and also perhaps based on how I was raised and the society in which I was raised, growing up in Nigeria, in a particularly aristocratic environment. Okay, equality just not it's not just something that moves me. Okay, so that's my bias. I know that it's a psychological bias, but I also know that sometimes I play, even I will play in the equality area. So I got to humble myself and be like, yes, I understand the why, what people are doing over there, right? I tend to be more on the inequality and freedom side with a little bit of nature, just a little bit of nature when convenient. So, inconsistencies. And again, we take a step back. This is about things that you have to trade off, which is a typical theme in our channel. Okay. We talk about individual inspiration versus institutions and habits, right? And how these things balance and trade off. We talk about versatility on one hand and efficiency on the other hand, how they play also with fragility, and on and on. Okay, and today we're talking about freedom, equality, and nature. And as such, it has a political bent to it. By politics, I mean real politics. The light on the pool is off. By politics, I mean real politics. I mean philosophical politics or political philosophy, which is about the nature of the good, the nature of the good society, the nature of nature itself, and also the nature of reality. Not whether not who you voted for last time, or policy, which is, I will also have to say, because I like to be upfront about my biases, one of the reasons, besides the fact that I think that politics are shallow, the other reason why I tend to kind of turn my nose up at it is because I am not the bean counter type. Okay. I am not the manager type. I don't care for details. I don't care for details. Who cares about your whatever, your little teams and your little deals? And I'm stating it as a bias because I know that it is important. The bean counters are important, but I know my strengths. In other words, I know my psychological makeup. I am not interested in bean counting, spreadsheets, management. No, that's not where my strength is. It's not what my psychological makeup is. That's another reason why I just don't like surface level party politics and such like that. I rather go down into the conceptual depths. That's where my strength is. Okay. So I'm saying that someone, for example, could say freedom, not nature, okay, inequality and reproductive rights. So someone could say, and let's just describe this particular kind of character. He lives somewhere in the Bay Area, let's say, in the San Francisco Bay Area. He probably works for a tech company, okay? And let's talk about his inconsistencies, which are fine because this is not about consistency. Consistency is only good after you've set up the rules of the game, after you've set up the goals. But when you're talking about a matter of trade-offs, there are many different goals at any particular intersection, okay? And you cannot be consistent when it comes to nature, freedom, and equality. You have to have a different arrangement of goals, and then you use your logic to play the consistency game within that particular framework. So it's not saying this particular individual should be consistent. It's just saying he should note his inconsistencies. So this particular Bay Area guy that works at a tech company is for reproductive rights. He is about pro-choice. And he, as a result, is leaning on the side of freedom. He's leaning on the side of science. He is not leaning on the side of nature, right? He is not leaning on the side of nature when he makes these particular kinds of things. This same person is a member of the Sierra Club, and he's an environmentalist. Okay? He's an environmentalist. Okay? And then he goes heavy on nature all of a sudden. You see the 180? Let me get a one in the chat. If you see the 180, that our Bay Area friend that works at a tech company and is super conscious and super vegan and goes to yoga classes and is very politically correct and open. And he leans hard on the freedom of choice, hard on reproductive rights. And then he does a complete 180 and it's all about nature now. and he doesn't want you to build your pipeline, and he doesn't want Uber to come into the city because it's going to somehow destroy this particular habitat for a particular frog, right? Let me get a one in the chat if you see the 180, and this was just an example. We're just using an example. Okay. This is a 180 that you should know that you're doing when you do it, because it'll change the vitriol and the venom in your mouth. When you do it, you're going to have some more humility and some more wisdom. You're not going to sound as stupid, in other words. You're not going to be so annoying at parties. Because people who don't know they do this kind of stuff are unbearable to be around. I can't stand them. So, yes, I see ones in the chat. So it seems like this particular dichotomy, or not a dichotomy, is there such a thing as a trichotomy, was important, right? In terms of, because I was a little worried about it because it's kind of political and kind of just too abstract. Because I want to get back, perhaps in my next few streams, back to the business of doing. Okay, because I say my channel is about being better and doing better with an emphasis on doing. And there's not much doing going on here, just a lot of more insight, which will then change your attitude. Now, what else is our friend, our sophisticated tech working Bay Area dwelling, perhaps he wears beads. What else does he do? He is also about maybe, let's say, universal basic income and a lot of redistributive and progressive tax, and we need to take from the rich and give to the poor type stuff. Now he's all about equality, not nature anymore. Okay, he just did another 180. He is all about nature in his Sierra Club and how he does not want you to build your pipeline. And then he switches. Now it's to hell with nature. And now he's talking about equality. And there's nothing more anti-nature than equality. There's no equality in nature. Nature balks at equality. Nature does not run with equality. It does not even work. Okay? So, all in the course of one conversation at a cocktail party, this guy tells you how he is pro-life, pro-choice, sexual liberation, fluidity of the genders, freedom, 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 and then switches, from that freedom anti-nature stance, switches to, oh my God, we need to protect the turtles from the new Amazon building. Okay? And now it's all nature, 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 nature. And then in the third sentence, switches to how Jeff Bezos needs to be taxed more and we need to make things more equal. I say that what makes this particular character unbearable is if he doesn't know that he's doing this switch. Hence, there is a statement that a little bit of knowledge is a very, very dangerous thing. It is better to be completely uneducated. Way better, infinitely better to not have quote unquote knowledge. By knowledge, we're talking about knowledge in books, not the knowledge that comes from doing, that comes from living, which is more akin to wisdom. But a little bit of knowledge is a horrible thing. And that's the kind of thing that the unreflective character we're describing at this cocktail party, he has a little bit of knowledge. He went to all the right schools and read all the right things. But he's still very stupid. And he's because, the knowledge does not go deep enough. And when knowledge doesn't go deep enough, it is very, very, very off-putting, very disgusting. Okay. it puts on airs, right? It is absolutely intolerable to me. And I feel the dark side coming on again. Okay. So you guys know the things that annoy me, and this is one of them. In other words, I talked about the masses before and just general stupidity and general kind of. When I say stupidity, I'm not talking about IQ and any of these things. No, 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 no. As I just mentioned, also, I'm not talking about education. No, 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 no. I'm talking about a certain kind of disingenuousness and a certain kind of lack of depth. Depth, you know, like you tell somebody about statistics and they just start. If you're going to have a conversation with people, there's a certain baseline of knowledge in terms of depth that they should have. Otherwise, they're not worth talking to. I don't even think of them as human beings. They're NPC, non-player characters. They need to get the hell out of my way. I'm going to drive over them like Grand Theft Auto. So that kind of thing annoys me. But the other thing that annoys me is this particular educated character without depth. And he's even more annoying. Because there's the masses you can kind of avoid for the most part, but this particular guy, nah, it's harder to avoid him, especially if you're trying to get certain places in life. You're going to see him there. He's going to be all over the place. It's a very annoying character. So, nature likes chaos. Exactly. Nature likes chaos. It dwells on chaos. And Taylor says it's all about moral superiority, not equality. Exactly. There's a big part in terms of what motivates him psychologically. Yes, they're woke, not intelligent. Exactly. The woke, the woke, the woke. That is why there's certain people, even if I don't agree with them, but there's certain people, and I like to point out the ones that I tend not to agree with, but Cornell West, for example. Do you guys know Cornell West? Get a one in the chat if you guys are familiar with the character called Cornell West. He is one character that I like, not because I agree with him. I would say psychologically, he is one of those that is a true Christian type in terms of he actually has a psychological disposition, a spiritual disposition that leans heavy on the equality side of things, on the heart bleeding for the people and the least of us kind of things, right? So we're not the same psychologically, but his depth, his thoroughness, in other words, he's not just talking from some very thin pamphlet. No. And those people I can completely embrace, even though I know that we're completely different. And I'm over here playing completely openly my aristocracy game. And he's over there playing a completely different game. I understand the dialectic complementarity that he is needed. And I don't need to be him, but I'm glad that he exists. He doesn't need to be me either. But he has the depth such that we agree on way more than we actually disagree on. What we actually disagree on is psychological. But what we agree on is the depth of the text and the depth of the places from which our choices are coming. Someone who you could talk to about Plato and Jesus and Eisenhower and the current bills passing through the Senate and you know, and then you strike through and talk about the Buddha, and then you bring it up to contemporary cuisine. That is what I mean. And at that point, it doesn't really matter anymore that he's a certain type and I'm a certain type. We can respectfully be our types. I'm glad that there are people out there who have that kind of a heart. Not me, and it doesn't have to be me. He doesn't have to be me. I don't have to be him. I know that I have a role in my kind of more calloused and cold inequality loving ways. Okay? So it is the question of the depth because he will understand where his particular choice and the trade offs and so on and so forth, as opposed to someone who doesn't know that they did all that 180 that we just described at that cocktail party, and being woke and saying all the right and politically correct things and boring the hell out of everybody. So, Jesus, let me see, how are we doing on time here? Because I did not anticipate. Wow. It's you guys' fault. You guys always make me go long in these streams, but I say that tongue in cheek, but glad you guys are here for it. I always think it's going to be a short thing. And Nicer says, "How about Al Franken?" So I don't put those two in the same category. Um, Cornel West is just a different character, different type of person. You know, Princeton and Harvard professor type, philosopher type. Al Franken is more of a organizer, politician type, right? Al Franken is a sorry, no. You said Al Franken. My bad. I thought you said Al Sharpton. Yeah, Al Franken is an interesting character, because being a comedian and so on and so forth, that he definitely understands um, political incorrectness and humor and depth and so on and so forth. When he went into his politics, obviously he had to play the political game a little bit more and so on and so forth. But yeah, Al Franken is cool in my book as well. I thought you said Al Sharpton. That's why I was describing that he is more of a manager type than a creative type. And Mr. Cornel West, professors, thinkers, whatever, those are the creative, intellectual type people. And they just they play a totally different role, and they do a totally different thing from the manager type of people, right? And Taylor says, "I ain't got nowhere to be. Keep talking." Exactly. It's 11. It's not that late. Usually I do these later, but I knew that you guys are not necessarily going to work today or whatever. So it's only 11 p.m. over here in Accra. Couldn't find a wine glass. So yes, we're sipping wine today. That's why it's Casual Friday. I'm not casual with the dress, but definitely being casual by sipping some wine. Something I get to do perhaps once every 3 months because of the keto thing. I'm keto, by the way. I just protein and fat all day. But every once in a while, you got to bust out. This is a really nice. You know what? Hold on one second. This is a really nice South African bottle here. It's got the flag. But yeah, South African wines are, in my previous couple trips to Ghana is when I learned about the South African wine stuff because, obviously you have, Italy, France, California, and then also you have China, by the way. Chinese wines are respectable. And then there's South Africa. And this particular one I'm having a good time with. It's called Gypsy. I usually don't like blends. But this is a blend, and I don't have any wine glasses in this apartment, and that kind of thing irks me because, as Kevin Samuels would say, I'm a bougie person, okay, and drinking wine out of a non-wine glass just disturbs the hell out of me. And I feel like I need to apologize to you guys for the incongruency and the total lack of total lack of lack of aesthetic consistency in that regard. And Nicer says, take it straight to the face. Don't need a glass. uh, yeah, it's a red blend, and generally speaking, I like Cabernets, the longer aged ones. Again, for keto reasons, and I've never really been a fan of sweet, even before I went to keto. Um, I like to back away from the sweet things, so I like things that are a little bit more flat. But this is a blend that I can deal with. This is a blend that I can deal with. Where's my pimp cup, right? That's the real question. I gotta be, yeah, my pimp cup is really heavy. You can't be traveling with that stuff. That's so when I get back in the Bay Area, my pimp cup. Now, Snuggles asked the reverse other question. You ask, what is imbalance? Well, what is imbalance? Same thing I would say about what balance was, which is, neither of them actually exist in the realm of psychology or in the realm of human relations or in the realm of an ecosystem. These are dynamic systems, okay? Nature thrives in chaos, as somebody said earlier. Balance means things are not moving. Balance means there is no differential. There's no energy differential, there is no pressure differential, there is no, and for things to move, okay, water has to flow from high to low, for example. Electric charge has to go from positive to negative pole, for example. In order for the universe to happen, okay, you need this imbalance in order for the planets to be rolling around, in order for this, that, and the other, and the sun to continue to do its nuclear reaction, so on and so on and so forth. There is very, very little balance in anything, you know. It only exists in our little world in a lab or where we're trying to balance the tires in a car. It is a very, very artificial thing, not in the realm of nature, not in the realm of freedom, if we were to relate it back to this topic. So, both balance and imbalance in this particular realm, it's just an illusion. It's better to talk about differentials and movements. Again, water flowing down, electrons moving in the right direction, things happening. In order for things to happen, and in order for the entropy of the universe to continue to increase, right? In order for the fact that it is easier to, break and fry an egg than to unfry it, so on and so forth. In order for the flow of time, in other words, there is no balance. The balance and imbalance talk is very abstract, is what I would say. But I wonder why you're asking these questions. I'm definitely entertaining them. But even my friend, Snuggle, you know that these are rather strange questions you're asking. So I wonder if you want to share with us what exactly you're getting at. So as we go through and wind down, okay, what I would like to talk about next is how the modern society, the modern political order has tried to bring in some kind of congruency, or shall we say balance. In other words, conceptual balance in terms of let's have an order that can, within one sentence, we can say that this society has room for freedom, it has room for nature, and it has room for equality as well. Ah, okay, I see. You you are wise. You're definitely smarter than me to be asking, to be looking at it that way. Yeah. So asking for the premises, what are the foundational things, going back to first principles, if you were, and saying, hey, I'm not going to take anything for granted. This guy is coming from a particular perspective that is unusual to me. So I'm going to ask him, what is? Yes. Very, very smart position, sir. Or ma'am, or nothing about your name tells me what you are. So, how, okay, how do we in the modern political dispensation, meaning John Locke, Thomas Hobbes, and then founding fathers stuff, post Enlightenment politics, okay? And if you want to look at some ancient politics stuff, listen to my video on the Plato's Republic. But post Enlightenment stuff, post Enlightenment stuff, I'm saying here that rights are an attempt to unite nature, freedom, and equality. How? How? Okay, well, rights come from an imagined state of nature. Let me get a one in the chat if you guys know about the state of nature of which I refer to, which is the state of nature introduced by Thomas Hobbes and then clarified later by John Locke. The names are not so important, but you may have heard the names before. But basically, there is a state of nature which is a myth, which is imagined because it's not an empirical thing. It is them asking you to imagine something, okay? And which is fine because every society needs a myth in order to found it, okay? There is no reason why we should cooperate. It needs to be under the rubric of a story, and rubric is not the right word. Let me just say we come together under the umbrella of a story. And that story is not necessarily something about rationality. It's just a story. It's a story. It's arbitrarily conceived. The same thing here with the state of nature out of which rights come from. And again, get me a one in the chat if you guys are familiar with the state of nature that I'm talking about, which basically says, okay, the state of nature is one where you imagine what will be without the current political order. Because basically, the way they constructed it is this: this is the modern political project. Okay, it's very modern, very new. We tend to think of these things as being like forever. No, this is very new stuff. Societies in the past were not set up this way at all. Okay, so this is our modern particular interpretation of, or shall we say, our modern attempt to unite. Okay, we're going to unite with freedom, with equality, and with nature, which is something people have always through time tried to balance and juxtapose with people emphasizing one or the other. And we say we're going to imagine a state of nature. Okay, and let me look at the chat now to see if there are any ones and such. Well, QDog says one, but just a quick thing here. But basically, the state of nature in this particular case is whereby you imagine there was no social contract. In other words, there is no society. Okay, let's imagine what the world would be like without society. Okay, that's why it's an imagination. It's not real. None of us have been there. We don't know. There are many competing states of nature, as I would imagine, but as I would state later. But and also, if anyone wants to join, the link is there. Anyone wants to join the chat to clarify or ask questions, please do. The state of nature is a life whereby there is war of all against all. And again, this is an imagination. We did not run some kind of experiment and go somewhere and record something or look back and say, remember when it was war of all against all? We don't know. We're just saying, okay, imagine there is no society. Okay, it's going to be you, and you're going to be surrounded by these brutes called human beings. And it's going to be you, okay, living a short, brutish life whereby you're worried about everyone around you and you guys are at each other's throats. And it asks the question, what do you desire? That's where rights come from. Okay, very broad strokes here on the whole modern political project. But now let me get a one in the chat if you get what I just said. You imagine a state of nature whereby there is no society and it is the war of all against all. This is how we're imagining it. Again, it is not true. It is just an imagination. And you say, in that state whereby everyone is at each other's throats, there's no society, there is no law, there is no Leviathan, there is no king. What do you want? What do you desire? Okay. And we can all go back in our heads and say, what do I want? Oh my God, it's chaos. People are trying to get me. I want to live, first of all. So I want life. Okay. I don't want to be in chains. So I want liberty. And I want to be able to be free to use this liberty to pursue what they called property. And then, but in the, I believe it's Declaration of Independence or whatever it is, it was changed to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Perhaps because the pursuit of property was, and property is kind of used, property is a very complex word, by the way. It's interesting to look into the writings of John Locke, for example, to see what property means. Property is not stuff, at least in a broader construction of the word. So imagine what you'd want. What do you desire? Okay, so we're bringing in nature, okay, in this imagination. That's how we bring in nature into it. And we're bringing in nature by asking, what is in your gut? What is your gut feeling? What do you really want? Forget about all this talk about ideal societies and philosopher kings like Plato talks about and all that kind of stuff. Forget about all that, okay? Let's imagine there was no society, okay? All right. Let's talk about it. Let's get real. What do you really want? And we all answer, or Hobbes and Locke answer for us. You want life, don't you? You want liberty, right? You want pursuit of happiness, right? And everyone says, yeah, that sounds good. Okay, so these are your rights. These are your rights, and they are quote unquote God given, which is another way of kind of inducing nature. They are natural rights. They are natural to you because when I put you in a particular state and I asked you what you wanted, you told me this. Okay, we can talk about certain highfalutin things all day about your ideals, but when I when I atomize your entire being and concentrate it to a particular point, when I put a gun to your head, which is literally what is done by this state of nature imagination, when I put a gun to your head, what do you really want? It's a brilliant construction, by the way. But it's a construction nonetheless. It is a myth of the state of nature. Okay? So from this undesirable mythical state of nature, we derive a society that respects freedom, okay, which is, liberty, quite clearly stated, and the pursuit, okay, of happiness. The equality part is because we all equally desire this. It is an equality of desires, okay? It is an equality of desires, equality of wants, equality of desires. So anybody who tells you that rights are rational, now you know, and we're not making things up here. Now you know that rights are not rational at all. Rights are 100% emotions. Rights are 100% emotions. This is not the ancient way of founding a society. whereby you try to think about the nature of things from a particular point of view, maybe highfalutin point of view, or you try to do the philosopher king stuff, or you have some kind of natural order with God on the top and then the king and then whatever, and you have blah, blah, blah. No, this is, I got a gun to your head. What do you really want? Why do you have a gun to my head? Well, because without society, everyone will have a gun to your head. That is an imagination. Okay. Because, okay, because it is not necessarily the case that without society, everyone will have a gun to your head. Okay. It is not necessarily the case that's what's going to happen. There are competing states of nature, which after, but look, Hobbes and Locke won. It wasn't like they weren't competing kinds of theoretical constructions and conceptualizations vis-a-vis what a society should be found upon. There's this guy called Rousseau, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who was anti-enlightenment in this particular case. He did not like this Hobbes and Locke and Hobbes thing. He did not like in particular, he did not like the state of nature as it was stated. And for me, well, not for me, uh, I think that it should be noted as modern day people who like to think we're rational, it should be noted that, hey, the thing that founds your society is not rational. It is a rational construction as far as it is the most rational of myths, right? It is not, oh, whoever the Japanese founder was, or Romulus who founded Rome. It is not all these people fighting beasts in the air and doing some stuff and, something coming out of the mouth of some god. And no, it is not, oh, coming out of the navel of the earth, or it is not the Garden of Eden, but it is not rational either. So, as modern day people who tend to think we're rational, this is the most rational of all founding myths. But still, you should notice where the irrationality is. It's found in two places. Number one, pure imagination as to that state of nature. It cannot be proven that that is the state of nature, that's what's going to happen without society. We don't know. Never been there. And you can equally imagine many, many different states of nature, which Jean-Jacques Rousseau gave one, which we'll talk about in a second. And then number two, asking what you want is asking what you want in a state of duress. You see what they did there? They put a gun to your head and say, what do you want? Right? They did not say, what do you want without a gun to your head. Let me get a one in the chat if you understand what I'm saying here. Number one, and this has to do with the fact that this is an irrational thing and it is a myth, okay? Knowingly so, it's not like anyone is hiding it from you. The masses may think it's not, but we don't deal with the masses over here. The myth is a myth for two reasons. Number one, it is a pure imagination. You can imagine many other kinds of states of non-society, but this one says non-society is horrible. Believe me, believe me, believe me. Non-society, everyone's going to be at each other's throats. Believe me, believe me, believe me. And then number two, I'm going to ask you what you want under a state of duress. I'm not asking you what you want when you have a full stomach and you're living in harmony with your surroundings. I'm going to ask you what you want when you have a gun to your head. And we are all therefore going to say, we want life. We want freedom from these people here trying to kill us. And we want freedom to be able to pursue our property, pursue our desires, okay, without other people infringing upon us. So that is the founding myth of modern liberal democracy. Now, we're going to wind this up by talking about how, as I've already begun to allude to, the doctrine of rights can be easily challenged. Okay? And again, with my misspellings, I'll go ahead and change the spellings before I send out these PDFs, which I promised to do. I'll be sending out the PDFs. I'll put them in the communities tab. I'll create a Google Docs stuff for it, and then I'll put it in the communities tab. This particular video, here's the slides. The slides are not super detailed or anything, but someone asked and it makes sense, right? So the first one is the obvious one, okay? That you must accept this particular state of duress, this state of nature which is presented to you on faith, and that it is not necessarily the only particular state of nature that one might imagine, okay? We've heard about the noble savage. The noble savage is another state of nature, and this is the state of nature that is imagined by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He said, what is this war of all against all? How about without society, we're noble savages, you know, dignified, singularly independent creatures living our best life. You know, in other words, the state of nature, this alternative state of nature is a hot girl summer. You know, where how about if we're out there weaving and sandling it up? That could be another imagined state of nature. Who says it's got to be war of all against all? They're equally, the reason why our particular founding myth works is because it is not implausible that it could be the war of all against all, and that you do have a gun to your head, and therefore you have to say, hey, 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 what do we all want? Let's all chill. Let's all found a society based on what our stomach is telling us right now. Our stomach is telling us it wants to live, it wants to be free, and it wants to be free to pursue certain things. Okay? Your wants and your desires, okay? So someone is asking a couple of questions here. If you have been in chains, do you really know what liberty is? Exactly. If you have never experienced it, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So we're always in chains. By the way, I completely I believe to just be a fact that there is no God mode. Okay, there is no getting out of the matrix. You're always in chains. And especially from the point of view of things that I do, the way I like to look at things, which is from a point of view of subjective consciousness, you cannot completely untether yourself. If you watch my series on meditation and so on and so forth, you will see that you cannot completely untether yourself from the matrix, from the system, from the biological system, from the system of consciousness, the way it operates. And no matter how free you want to be, no matter how down the Buddha path you want to go to free yourself from desires, I don't think you can get there. But also, to your second question, yes, the thing about this desire stuff is that your desires can be completely assigned to you. People can assign your desires to you quite easily. Some of them, you might say, are very visceral, like we do want to live, right? But by the time you get to the liberty and pursuit of happiness part, as I'm seeing that you're sensing here, that part is kind of more assigned to you. Okay. I think that perhaps a different kind of society or different particular caste of society probably will not answer. In other words, this was a question being asked and answered by a particular group of people whom have already embarked upon a particular project. Hence, they would say liberty. But not necessarily. Not everybody would say liberty. Some people never had understood the concept of liberty. If you ask the ancient Mongols, well, not very, the Mongols are not that ancient, fairly recent, as a matter of fact. But you don't have to go too far back, is my point, to see societies where you can imagine someone not saying anything about liberty, as you mentioned, because, and that's Mr. Snuggles here, because they've been in chains, quote unquote, from our perspective, right? Those particular kind of physical chains, even though I mentioned the other kinds of chains from which, in other words, all of life is a matrix, is a cave, as Plato put it. You, it's almost, you need it. You need the chains in order to actually operate. And that's why you cannot get out of the chains. If you get out of the chains, there is no even you, because you are actually just a matrix of chains, a matrix of bondage, matrix of nature. In other words, you are constrained by nature, by definition. So, yes, 100% your desires can be completely given to you. And even in modern day society, the media that you consume will tell you what, I mean, it's almost trivial to say it, right? At this point, it's trivial because we all know what marketing is, right? And Mr. Snuggles, let me know if this answers your question. Marketing, to put it in a trivial, rather bland sense. Yes, people can tell you exactly what you should want, and you will go ahead wanting it. This is the problem, and you made an understatement here. How was society developed? What created the need for society that is known today? No one knows, and that's why the myth of the state of nature is an apt kind of, well, I wouldn't say no one knows. I would say that that's like 10 libraries worth of books. Um, but there's certain concepts that are important. And in my What Ike Reads series, I'm going to talk about this book called Things Hidden Since the Beginning of the Universe. A very, very a very nice title for a book. But it talks about violence being really what undergirds society, but in a different way from the state of nature kind of violence. This one actually talks about how we actually need violence and how we need it, and hence human sacrifice is ubiquitous in all different societies. Human sacrifice and scapegoating is an outlet. We need to kind of scapegoat an outlet, either the witches or maybe it's the witches last time, or maybe today it's the Republicans, or maybe tomorrow it's the Jews or whatever. That society after society, every time we need some scapegoating and some sacrificing. And whether it be an ancient or modern society, we do see sacrifices. And have you ever sat down and thought, why do people ritually kill each other? Hmm? So don't want to go off on a tangent. This is a interesting topic, though, and it is a book that I'll be reviewing in the future. But it's an anthropological kind of question that you're asking here: why society comes about. There are theories about it. This is one that I particularly find to be particularly profound because it looks at things like human sacrifice and its ubiquity across many different societies, and tries to show link to it the source of. Anyways, it's really it's like, whoa, this is trippy. Okay. Yes, matrix is it's nature itself, at least nature vis-a-vis how we perceive it and how we can understand it. Made the analogy the other day of like it's like music. We know that our perceptions are omit more than they take in. In order to play the harp, you have to skip certain strings and certain lengths of string, because like just like the guitar, you're putting your hand in different positions to get different lengths, so you can vibrate at different tones, whatever. So you're skipping in order to get a pattern. So in order to get the pattern of light, cheer, sound, waves, living, you're skipping and playing like on a guitar, right? And if you that skipping, okay, is the matrix as far as we can live, right? But the full harp and the full guitar is there, okay? But what is it? What does it mean to just strum all the strings of the harp? That's not music, right? That's not perceiving pattern, right? And the same thing with us. The full harp is there, the full universe is there, but we, in order to exist, have a nature. Okay. So when you say, I would agree with you that yes, nature is a matrix, but not the entirety of nature. Nature in terms of us, the nature of us, the pattern, the way in which we perceive, so on and so forth, our whole existence, right? But the full harp is there, but to just strum all the strings in the harp is not is not where it's at in terms of how we are and how we could ever be. And this is this is what I am saying. Now, we're saying that there is the noble savage, which is another view of the state of nature, okay? Why do we have to believe this other stuff? Why can't we? Because if you have the noble savage view of the state of nature, you're gonna have different set of things that you're looking for, right? And different ways in which you would come about a society, different things that you would prioritize. Not here to particularly discuss them, okay? You can read Jean-Jacques Rousseau if you want to. But then you also have people like Friedrich Nietzsche, who said, so Jean-Jacques Rousseau says, the state of nature of Locke and Hobbes is dark, and you have guns in people's head. What the hell is that? You know, Jean-Jacques Rousseau is a hippie. He's like, no, noble savage, free and dignified, and without all these societal chains, we will be, whatever, and blah, blah, blah. And then you have people like Nietzsche who also are attacking this particular state of nature, but they say, look, you haven't gone deep enough. You have not reached the basement of the soul yet. And in other words, people like Nietzsche just go completely into the irrational. Like, and Nietzsche is hard to explain, and that's why he's so profound, right? But this whole part here is just me saying that you can easily assail our particular founding myth. And I'm saying this not because I think it should be assailed, but because you understand that it is a monument, an ornament, an artifact, a creation to be worshipped, if you will, but completely knowingly that it is an artificial little god that we created. And it is not some kind of scientific fact or rational, it's not even rational. We just demonstrated rather easily that it's just about emotions, okay? And the third part is this. Here's the problem with it though. How can you limit your wants and desires, especially when it comes to the pursuit of happiness part of the things, okay? How can you limit it? How can you limit it? How about when people start saying things like we already know that people add to rights all the time, okay? This is not to say they're right or wrong. Because again, we want depth. We want depth and sober reflection in our thinking. We cannot get all triggered when someone adds. If somebody comes to you and says, hey, how about my right to healthcare? And this is one we hear. It's not like we don't hear it. We hear that healthcare is a right. We hear all kinds of things are rights. Who's to say they're not? Because rights are about desires and wants. They're not rational. They can completely run amok. And a big part of what the society tends to do, from the conservative point of view, what conservatives tend to do is to try to keep a bound around those. And again, will give you a little bit more of an appreciation for the role that conservatives play. If you see the nature of the matrix within which we live, how it's constructed, somebody needs to guard the gates around this stuff. Otherwise, anybody's little feelings becomes a right and the whole thing goes flying off the handle. Hence, you need people with a certain kind of psychological disposition, and then we'll then make certain appeals to your rationality. Again, let's say me, I have that psychological disposition, and I'm making an appeal to your rationality, right? Not because everything is purely logical, because you could tell me, ha ha ha, I know the game, it's just emotion, so let's just get ready to run amok, right? But we're building something, and I could then tell you, hey, how could we build it if we don't try to keep some bounds around it, right? That is the idea. So this is it. Freedom, equality, and nature. They're opposed. We looked at them, we talked about typical contradictions and so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. And then we went to the modern construction of rights. Modern construction of rights is a way of bringing in nature and then while also respecting freedom and equality. However, it is an imagined state of nature whereby you're asked what you want under duress with a gun to your head. And you say, I want life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. However, these are desires, they're not rational, so on and so forth. It cannot be stopped. Problem number one, who is to, this is a pure imagination. That's number one. Number two, you can have an alternative imagination. And then number three, who is to stop the borders from spilling over? Who is to stop anybody and everybody from claiming all kinds of rights? Okay. And the last thing that I would mention here is that one of my problems with the rights doctrine, the doctrine of rights, universal human rights, which is our God these days. It is our God. When something is completely unquestioned and completely undergirds everything and you don't even see it, it's your God. But there's not an emphasis on responsibility. It just talks about you, what you want. It's all about you. What do you want? But yes, when I have a gun to your head, you're going to be like it's all going to be all about you. Hence, if you have a different view of the state of nature, which could be, let's say, the noble savage view, the noble savage view could actually think, noble savage that is, could actually think, what is my responsibility to the land, the earth, the people, right? Let me get a one in the chat if you understand what I mean by there's no emphasis on responsibility. Rights and responsibility, we know of two sides of the coin, and we talk about the responsibility side tongue in cheek. But this particular construction under which we live is all about rights. It's all about what I want, what I want, what I want, what I want. But of course, that's what it's about because that's the construction from which it comes. It comes from the state of nature from Thomas Hobbes and John Locke. It says, hey, I'm going to put a gun to your head, and what do you want? Okay, and it's not going to talk about your responsibilities. It's not going to talk about what you can actually do. It's not putting you in a position of agency or position of power. It has a gun to your head and it's asking you what you want. So we have a guest. Can you go ahead and say something?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Kaizo. So I have a few comments and statements and questions to contribute. Okay, so I do like the seminar today. It's really interesting. I guess some of the comments I have is that it seems as though societies are formulated by three different groups. You have the alphas who lead. You have some of the I guess what you are, which I would guess is more of um, a lone wolf type person that is able to interact in any situation and somehow find out how to win by figuring out the rules of the game. But then you have the majority of people who are more or less following the structures and existing within whatever is created, the domains. So I guess my point here is that uh, it all these concepts about freedom and rights really depend on the culture because most people don't think high enough in order to demarcate the specifics to actually come up with a worldview that they think in. Most people are operating through some kind of programming that they had been instilled since childhood. So that means basically, I guess I want to tell some people to think more systemic in the sense that you you think in a high level, you create the systems in a higher level framing, and then you allow yourself to then um, get everyone else who is not able to think at that level to join you. I'll give specific examples, right? In the UK, the data for the most successful ethnicities came out. Usually, before this data came out, people had observational evidence that certain ethnicities, I'll name some, Indian people, succeed really well because they work well together in a group level kind of economics spectrum. Now, some people challenged this and said, no, it's just a generalization. But the data clearly shows that Indian people in the UK outperform all of races, and including white people by twice as much. So I'll link the data in a second, but the government website statistics. Now, what this means is that when you have high level people within a community, they're able to create high level games whereby, like you said, you focus on responsibility. The rights already exist, you acknowledge their existence, and you try to operate within the boundary limits of those rights. But you also take responsibility because you acknowledge that whatever cards you're dealt with, your responsibility is to play the best game you can, because that increases your chance of actually winning that game. Because even if you have bad cards, if you bluff it well enough and you play the bluff long enough, you will actually become good at that game. And because you look confident, people will respect you across time. And of course, as you increase the number of participants in this game using that kind of logic, you're going to win, across time. So this is just a perfect example of when you have the rights which are already existing, and you don't focus on increasing the rights necessarily, but you focus on operating within the boundary limits of those rights. So that's a perfect example of how a community can succeed even against a so-called institutionally not pristine environment of equality. So, right. And what I've noticed also is that in the Black community especially, there is this sort of mind reprogramming that they want us to not focus on all the right availabilities that we have. For example, again, I'll mention the UK for evidence. There is a school called Michaela Academy. I'll give a link on this. Now, the woman who started this school she's conservative, so not a centrist, but still, she had a theory or a proposition that if she focused on discipline and teaching kids basic stuff like mathematics, arithmetics, English, history, and focusing on discipline, that she would be able to turn the worst performing school in London, where it's majority Black and Asian minority ethnic pupils from very disadvantaged groups without fathers at home, to a very high performing school. Now, people didn't even want her to actually start this school. They really tried to stop her, and it was mostly left-leaning people because they were trying to focus more on the fact that Black people are disenfranchised rather than focusing on what actual abilities that they can actually do to change their reality. So anyways, long story short is the data for the high school performance of these students came out last year, and guess what? They scored at the top 5% of all schools in the country, including grammar schools, private schools. And this is supposed to be one of the worst areas. I will link the school in the chat in a few minutes. So the point here again is very interesting from your whole thesis is that there is a fine line. Of course, you should never be satisfied with the lack of rights, because that does influence a systemic approach on how you're able, basically the boundary limits that you can operate within. However, at the same time, you should never be at the focal point or at the mercy of those who have that systemic approach, because you still have a three-dimensional sphere that you can move within. You can still move up, down, left, right, and operate within the infinity within that structure that is already existing. And this is evidence and it's obvious. So realistically, I guess our point as, higher level men, women, or people generally is we do have that kind of responsibility to create systems that the rest of the community can follow, because unfortunately, not everyone can perceive the world in its truest integrity and accept the realities that are harshly, existing within the conundrum. You can clearly see this with people who tend to overcome certain traumatic experiences, is that if they are willing to accept the harshness of the reality, and B, willing to accept that they are also the contributor to other people's suffering, right? One of the biggest concepts that I did learn throughout my childhood was that the victim-victimizer dichotomy. We are both the victim at some point and also the victimizer. For example, you have actually turned down some people for sexual advances, the same way some people have turned you down. You have caused internal anguish in other people, the same way they have also caused it in you. This is just an example that people can relate to. But in all circumstances, we are both at the same time, well, I guess it depends how you're going to say it, but at the same situations, different context, we are both. And the issue is many of us are unwilling to accept this fact, and instead we project that we are a victim in a world that is always victimizing us, and it allows us to not see reality in perfection. And I'll give one more example. So right now you have colorism, for example. That's a big issue in many ethnic communities. Now, the interesting thing about colorism is, when I grew up, I noticed that actually a lot of Black people were colorist, and were very openly colorist. However, when they grew up and then it affected them, is when then they started to realize and try to fight for this movement, because it was only at that point when it became a problem for them. But in
Mm-hmm.
the beginning, they themselves were operating within it. And what people do here in these circumstances is they try to create demarcations of differences based on their hierarchy that they're also trying to maintain. So a lot of these women will say that height preferences is different from weight preferences, because height is something that is exclusively applied to male as a disadvantage. Meanwhile, weight is usually on the for women. But you see, they are unwilling to accept, actually, you know what? They are similar. They're both forms of discriminations that exist in nature. And first of all, there's nothing wrong with it in a purely, hedonistic environment, which is what they usually seek. However, at the same time, acknowledging it seems to cause this internal inability, this switch. It's either one, black or white. It's either, yes or no, and that inability to resolve a dichotomy is strenuous. But yeah, in closing, basically, it seems like, yeah, everything you're saying is, it's really, really super interesting. And it does seem like there is a responsibility for us who can perceive the system and see beyond it, to actually work to create systems that are better functioning, so that we can fix communities. Because at the end of the day, not everybody would understand the message that you've espoused at the level that you have actually espoused it at. People will take it at different levels.
I have a question for you before as you know, you said a lot, right?
Okay.
So, but just one thing you said there, the message I espoused. What message did you hear?
Okay, right, I see. The message that I heard is that, well, I guess okay, the message that I heard is that, acknowledging all, it's okay. I heard the technical aspect of the message, which is the way you've demarcated the differences between rights, responsibilities, left leaning, right leaning, and how the whole system as a whole functions to maintain an equilibrium, which, means that one side or the other doesn't completely create a chaotic system that doesn't function. It's like a bird. If one wing is smaller than the other, the bird will be unable to move in the correct velocity at the correct
Mhm,
distance, because it will
mhm,
be pulled one side more than the other, and rotates in circles. So that's
mhm,
the kind of more of the technical aspect of
mhm.
of it. However, I've also taken on further as that, like I said, those who can perceive the whole system, we all each have responsibilities at the different levels of understandings that we have garnered to self-improve ourselves, but also the community, if obviously that is something that we value.
Are you a community-minded organizer, politician type of person?
I could be, but my issue is I find it hard to work with people if I don't have the complete power to make movements, because it becomes difficult to reason when when my ideas aren't taken as seriously as they should be.
Hmm. 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 Interesting, because I liked in the very beginning your categorization, where you said people with power or the masses, and then you mentioned, okay, I may be just some kind of lone wolf type. Yes, which I am. As I said, I like to categorize myself as more of a creative type, which you call it whatever you want. I do certain creative things, and in this particular regard, it's philosophy, right? Which is the same kind of thing. And as Plato's Republic kind of suggests, the philosopher and the politician tend to be two very different kinds of people, right? But let me get into a few of the things that you mentioned here, which are they're very interesting, because you talk about different different communities, right, that come into a society whereby you have this system of Western liberal democracy and rights. And then you tend to find that certain outsiders benefit more. And as you mentioned it, now the story is well known and ubiquitous and so on and so forth. In America, we have our own kind of totem pole of, the most successful ethnic groups and so on and so forth. But something that came to mind when you mentioned it is, when you brought up the responsibility aspect, I'm like, these people are perhaps taking advantage of the best of both worlds, if you know what I mean. They're coming into a society where rights exist, a certain infrastructure of rights exists, but they're coming equipped with a high level of emphasis on responsibility, right? So it's almost like they come in already fully equipped with responsibility, and then they can take full advantage of the right stuff. And hence you don't tend to hear these people complain about, I don't have enough rights or I don't have enough equality here. They're like, what are you talking about? Like, this is a gold mine. I could totally kill it out here, right? So many immigrant groups coming into the West, especially coming from a particular culture that highly emphasize education, the Indians, for example, or let's say the Nigerians in America, for example, or the Koreans and so on, certain Asian groups. A high emphasis on education, high emphasis on responsibility, coming in and then taking advantage of a society where there's rights, and they don't feel the need to be like, oh, I need to push for more and more rights. This is great. I can just come here and exercise my responsibility, and they tend not to understand the to use a provocative word, the privilege that they have, right?
Right.
And I say that tongue in cheek. There is a privilege that one has when one comes in. I'm an immigrant, for example, to the United States from Nigeria. And I know that I have a privilege in that regard, whereby I have no need to feel like I need any more rights or any more freedoms or need to complain about anything whatsoever. I'm just here to execute and try to execute at the highest level. So that was rather interesting. And then you mentioned the thing about the school, which there is something about a society which is kind of heavily based on rights, and the rights from the perspective of from where they came from, right? Which is the rights of, what do you desire? It tends to then, and democracy too, which is something else. Democracy is a system which creates a certain kind of person as well. Okay, different societies create. They don't necessarily create, but they emphasize a particular aspect of the human soul, if you will. And
Right.
then in order to operate in that society, you're gonna. So the democratic man is a different kind of man from the aristocratic man living in an aristocratic society. So democratic societies tend to then push for a democratic personality and self-esteem, and that plays to your school part. These people, whether consciously or not, okay, whether it's conscious or not, I'm not sure, but they rather than go with uh, what this lady suggested, right, which is, I'm going to just go with discipline, if you will. Okay, and I'm going to pick these disciplines, reading, writing, arithmetic, whatever it is, and that with these I will be able to turn it around. These other people are actually more concerned with things like self-esteem and a democratic personality, and everybody feeling heard or feeling good. And to be provocative, I'm going to say certain kind of female value systems. Yes,
Right.
yes, yes. I'm being provocative, right? But not so much provocative, because I already kind of explained in the beginning of the talk why or established that there are differences in the male and female psychology, and that it makes more sense. These differences are pronounced very much in the extremes, and
Right.
society and things change in the margins. And if you're gonna have, and we know that women are the ones that are more concerned with everybody feeling heard, at ease, part of the group, so on and
Right.
so forth, and that the rights doctrine and democracy and liberal democracy in general tends to then sway more and more and more and more towards that side of things, whereby rather than just say, hey, give them the discipline, it's like, no, 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 no. Again, I'm not sure it's actually conscious on their part, because
I
I
have
don't. Go
right.
ahead.
I have actually an interesting explanation from my own thesis about this circumstance. So at first, initially, I thought to myself, do they secretly want us to fail? Right? Because of course some would, but I don't think that's the majority of them. I think majority of them is, as you said, it's what they do is they formulate. Okay, so from my own thesis is that I found that feminine-based abstractions are more qualitative, and then masculine-based abstractions are more quantitative. So masculine abstractions want to figure out to what extent feminine abstractions wants to figure out, is it true or is it not? For example, even if statistically black males committed more crime, they will still say, no, that's not a good argument because you can't generalize, because you might make mistakes and you harm individual people's lifestyles and abilities to move within a society, because then that stereotype will then be used to reinforce that negation and then prevent social mobility. So they focus on the qualitative aspect. Meanwhile, masculine frames usually focus on the quantitative. However, bad masculine abstractions doesn't quantify correctly. So they quantify incorrectly. That's where you get the conservative types that formulate these so-called overgeneralizations. Meanwhile, the feminine abstraction of qualitative arguments don't make good qualitative arguments. They make qualitative arguments of not necessarily. But the thing is, everything is a not necessarily case. There's actually nothing that is exclusive or can be true at all cases, right?
Yeah.
We know this from philosophy. There is no apart from like mathematical objects, nothing is all inclusive every single time. I can't even say humans have two legs. Sometimes they don't. I can't say black people have dark skin. In your case, you don't. So there is no all-inclusive argument. So they make their rebuttals to arguments is from a not all perspective, which is false because there is no such thing as an all-inclusive argument. And then, like I said, the masculine frame, the more super right side, is based on bad quantitative markers that then overgeneralize and can't accept the exceptions, or even want to kind of demarcate specifically. For example, like in America, you said Nigerian immigrants do extremely well, almost as well as the Indian immigrants. In the UK, Nigerians actually perform some of the best in schools. Again, they also make a lot of money if you break down black into different ethnicities. So the quantitative marker is when you overgeneralize, create pseudo quantitative markers that then the other side kind of see that doesn't actually make sense. Now, but in terms of what you said about do they care or not, yes, I do agree with you. It is an esteem-based abstraction. So when we get more rights, humans are more concerned about their own ego, and by ego I mean sense of self. Because we're all playing hierarchical games and structures, because that's what all life is. People want to feel valued, that their being is valued in the system. And like you said, this goes into everything. For example, there's a woman I saw a TikTok video asking, making a video. She's overweight and she's not so attractive, from an objective perspective. She made a video saying, "I wish I was traditionally or objectively beautiful, just to experience how it is like for men to find me attractive. All the men I have dated is only from online and only because of my personality." Now, every woman on that chat was saying, "You're beautiful. Don't worry about this." They're trying to improve her self-esteem, but that's not what she wants. She wishes she could be beautiful. Now, I said to her, if you lost weight, you went to the gym, you became this size, you put on some makeup, you actually did something to your hair, she would be a 7 out of 10. But I was being accused, I was being hated on for giving her the solution to her problem. This is literally what with the school thing situation is, there is an actual solution to the problem, but they're more concerned at uprooting the more fundamental problem of nature, which is so difficult to uproot. You can't just make everyone find overweight people who don't have their makeup done the right way attractive. You can't recalibrate very very primitive responses to human nature, but they believe that they can, and that belief is outweighed by the evidence. And like you said, it's a self-esteem ego manifestation issue. It's a hierarchy. It's a hierarchy based abstraction. They want to feel as though their natural way of being is valued in the system that is created.
Yeah, and how old are you, by the way, if you don't mind me asking?
All right, I'm 28.
You're not married, are you?
And
No?
yeah, no.
Okay. So, just saying that a little tongue in cheek in a jocular mood there because you talked about giving solutions. You already know where I'm going with that. Solutions are not what is wanted.
Right, exactly.
Want solutions. It's a really hard thing for me to, and I'm gonna get a little personal in terms of for
Right,
me, um, because even if it's just this talk, if you listen to me in general, I tend to err heavily on that kind of. I'm going to overgeneralize that there is no but what if or not necessarily, and very very almost that conservative caricature that you painted, um, and it's very hard for me to understand the self-esteem based aspects of or point of view, let's say, wanting to feel heard, wanting to be validated, and so on and so forth. Because for I have an ego like anyone else, right? But I'm not, and I'm just kind of it's a stream of consciousness now. I haven't thought about what I'm saying. You just as you say stuff, I'm just thinking about this. Like the ego thing that you mentioned is very important. Is very important, and I have also heard it in other recent either books or things I've been listening to, vis-a-vis this kind of an ego, this kind of an ego that wants validation. Let's just call it the female ego
right,
versus the male ego, and because I'm thinking like I'm an egotistical bastard, so how come I don't understand that kind of ego?
right,
And for me, the answer for me almost seems even a little bit more egotistical, which is more like, for me, my ego wants to be completely self-generated.
right,
Like I don't, there is no ego in me being validated. That will be me doing the vanity thing, which I kind of completely separate from it. I'm like, yes, my ego, my grounding, myself, and then I can then go out there and peacock or whatever, right? But it's
right,
very different. Like, that's not ego. That's just vanity and peacocking and hey, look at me. But that's a very fragile from my point of view. And but to the point about balance and understanding the different kinds of people, especially not just from a societal point of view, but if you're going to be in any kind of an intimate relationship with a woman, not to mention marriage and then family, you have to, I'm talking to myself now,
right,
I have to really work on this kind of thing where I need to really learn, for example, that solutions are not what is needed, and that listening a lot of times and validation is all that is required. And I should learn not to think that their ego gratification is being pursued for the same reasons or will be satisfied in the same ways that mine will be. Um, if
mhm.
if any of that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense because I guess it's based on how we evolved independently to some extent and dependently in some extent. So
Mm,
if we turn into a simple hunter gatherer, men usually were the ones hunting, and when they came back, they would want to eat more meat than everybody else because the job is dangerous. They risk life because an animal could kill you. Now the woman would have preferred that everyone had the equal share of the meat, regardless if they were hunting or gathering the fruits, because to them it's more everyone needs to eat something. But to us, we're more focused on the competition, the risk involved. We quantify things a bit more. So even when we're protecting them, for example, what I realized, I asked my friend this question before I demarcated a bit more is there's a difference between being insecure and feeling insecure. Because
mm,
you can be insecure in a relationship when you really can't see your partner is espousing strange or irregular behavioral patterns. You're
mm,
insecure from a point of fact. That relationship
mhm,
is not secure, like a door that is not locked at night in a dangerous environment. You're
mhm,
not secure. It's not about how you feel. It is a
mhm,
point of fact that it's an insecure environment. Then there
mhm,
is the feeling of insecure, which can happen even if you live in Malibu with a crime rate of 0%. If you
mhm,
don't feel secure in that environment, you won't be able to satisfy your ego, as you said before. So for them,
mhm,
they value more the feeling of security
mhm,
rather than the actuality of security.
Hmm.
Of course, they would prefer if they had both, but if you press them on a particular focus, it'll be the feeling rather than the actuality.
Yeah, it is an interesting conundrum that one finds oneself in, and the question of how much you actually can do in terms of what you actually should do, what you can do, and the fact that you cannot intellectualize these things away. In other
No.
words, you're not going to sit down and then say, "Look here, this is what I want. Here's what you want. Here's oh, yeah, here's let's laugh over the graph of what we do and what we don't do."
No.
That doesn't work. Plus, there's another kind of interesting thing about relationships, of this particular kind, right? Intimate relationships, which let's just go all the way to like marriage, and why it's particularly difficult because some people would, you say, oh, well, want to marry your best friend and all these things. Even if you marry your best friend, here is the big difference between your best friend and your wife. Okay, you can have okay, let me not even paint the context, but you can go for weeks without talking to your best friend, right?
Right. Yeah.
And it's fine. Okay, you may have all kinds of reasons why you didn't talk to your best friend. You may actually be a little pissed off at him. Maybe you had too much of this guy or girl or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Or you guys argued about Kobe versus LeBron, and there was a big blowout at the bar or something. And then you're like, I'm going to cool off this person for a couple weeks. But you can't do that in a marriage, right? Okay,
No.
you're not sleeping in the same bed with your best friend. So that's why, just purely from a practical standpoint, not having to do with whether the added difficulties of the differences in psychological makeup, right? But
Right.
just from a purely practical standpoint, it is very difficult because you cannot do what you do with your best friend or do what you do with employer, employee, or coworkers, or it is completely different. It's it's not like anything else. Another thing that you mentioned was the victimizer, or the oppressor aspect, which is something that have always kind of been acutely aware of, in the sense that um, I don't know, maybe it's the point of view of, okay, not wanting to feel like a victim, right? I don't want to feel
Right.
like a victim. I don't want to ever complain. So that may be a particular bias. Okay, fine. I have that bias. But that leads me to, and perhaps it's a rationalization of the bias, that very quickly leads me to understanding that we are all equally oppressor and oppressed, depending on which particular parameter you choose, and depending on which particular time you want to use, right? And
Right.
I think Jordan Peterson is the one who tends to point it out this way, which is, in terms of victim groups, or what is their word? The word that they use for intersectionality.
Yeah.
Yes, intersectionality, that the ultimate intersectional victim is the individual. And he has this kind of mathematical way of looking at it, where if you pick a certain number of dimensions of oppression, right, uh,
Hmm.
you're going to end up just ending up at one person, at the individual,
Yeah.
right? Because yeah, and it's best to, it's kind of an interesting way. And one might say, oh, you were just an individualist to begin with, and that's why you that's why you made that kind of an argument, which is fine. I have no issues, by the way, and as I've mentioned throughout, I have no issues with the idea of psychological predispositions being the reasons for why we have certain positions, and then we may do some post hoc rationalization, and that's fine. It does not invalidate my psychological predisposition, and
Mm.
it does not make my position wrong from the point of view of the type of person that I am in society, plus also from the point of view of the role that particular, because I tend to juxtapose society and individuals, because I think that we all have all these different sides of ourselves. Otherwise, we will not be able to understand, right? So we do have a side of ourselves that understands the need for fairness and wanting to share the meat equally, right?
Right.
Otherwise, we would not even know what that meant, right? So, but the point is, that part of us is a valid part of us in whichever domain that it plays a role in our lives, right? For some of us, we don't use that, or we don't play in that area as much. But same thing with the whole of society. You're not going to expect that there's going to be a society without those people who emphasize more greatly that aspect of themselves, right? So the whole thing about the individual, and again, it's like, okay, you're an egotistical bastard. You're an individualist to begin with. And you probably have some delusions of grandeur or whatever the hell it is, and that's why you're saying all these things. But I'm willing to accept all that. But from a purely objective standpoint, if you start looking at all the different, okay, you're male, you're black, you're this, you're that, you're all these different ways in which you can try to form groups, you're just going to end up at the individual. Okay, and then
Yeah.
what is this going to be? The war of all individuals against all other individuals? We are all oppressor, and like there's an example that somebody likes to give, like, hey, you know what, like, I'd rather be a black guy than a ugly fat white guy with a
Yeah.
bad acne problem,
Yeah.
right?
Even without acne.
It's like, yeah, really bad acne and fat and ugly short white guy. Would you rather be a black guy than that guy?
Yeah.
And if you're honest, I think some people would say, yeah. And I don't even think we have to really go that extreme, especially in 2020.
Yeah.
And again, I'm just talking from my perspective, perhaps. And again, I'm an immigrant and so on and so forth. And I grew up the way I grew up, and I have my particular privileges, as we said earlier. So, yeah, this is, I think that you said a lot of good stuff there. Did you have any questions or anything?
Yeah. So okay. Okay. So before I make the question, I'll make a short comment about what you said about the practical aspect of a relationship. For me, what I've realized is that a lot of women actually want you to take leadership position implicitly and do what you need to do at the same time validating them. So they want you to basically be the puppet string leader who does make all the difficult choices and safety measures, but they also want you to give them the daily affirmation. So they want you to play the puppet and the father at the same time. At the same time, telling them that they're empowered, they're independent, but they just don't want to acknowledge that you actually ultimately are the puppet's string leader. So that's what I found is the one that works the most, and is I mean, I actually do have a fiance.
Hmm.
I went to Africa to find her because I wanted an environment of people who aren't as broken to some of these rights kind of mentality um, concepts. I wanted someone who might understand something from a similar way. I'm also an immigrant to the
Hmm.
UK, so like I said, we have a certain perspective about reality that native people of certain rights-based abstractions don't quite have intrinsically. So, and yeah, the question I have is, so what do you think is your role for, especially for yeah, for young men? Yeah, so what sort of do you think that you have a responsibility to not just teach, but to teach them in a way that will actually allow many of them to find? Okay, so what I mean is,
Hmm.
you can teach in a way where you teach, but you're not so focused on whether that teaching is actualized, or you can teach in a way that you really do want change to actually manifest itself. So which one are you?
Okay, so we are all fairly opaque to ourselves, or to put it in the negative way, we are not transparent to ourselves, right? That's like just a basic truth, right? So in
Right.
terms of our motivations and so on and so forth, that I would state as fact number one. Fact number two, which is that I am not a particularly strategic person. Okay,
Right.
I've said, I'm kind of intuitive, creative type, right?
Right.
Having said those things, let's look at the objective reality. Okay, the objective reality is I'm over here on YouTube uh, talking about these ideas, right? And sharing certain things and saying that I like to share things in particular. And this goes to your point about you could teach, but do you want it to, let's just say, actionable? right? Things that you teach it in a way where these things can be manifested in the real world. I would say that yes, I very abstract person, but when I present information, I try as much as I possibly can to do the simple, measurable, intuitive, and actionable presentation of whatever I'm talking about. So whether it be meditation or whatever it might be, right?
Great.
So hence, even though I am not a very strategic person, where okay, I'm just going to do this on a whim, or I know that I was making engineering videos before. I have an engineering video, Prometheus engineering channel where I make engineering videos on structural engineering, whatever. I started that just on the whim as well. I do the music thing just because these things have some kind of reason, motivation, which is complex, some of which I like to some of which are trivial and simple, which is like you're just a peacock showboating. You like to just, you like attention, whatever it is, right? That kind
Right.
of one could always say that, and it would always be true. But not being strategic, I cannot say that I have laid it out down like, okay, I want to put it out in this particular way, But I do like to present information in a way that is actionable, measurable, intuitive, so that it sticks, right? And I do know, okay, and there's a little bit of ego now. I do know that I have something to say. That part, because you
Yeah.
can't live for a certain amount of time while still playing that false modesty thing, where it's like, oh, it's like, no, at some point you got to know what you're good at, as
Right.
or the unique position you're in. So I know that, and knowing that comes with a certain responsibility, right? So that is my way of answering it, which is yes, I know that I have something to say, therefore there's a responsibility. I try to present it in an actionable way so that it can actually stick. But I'm not strategic, number one. And then number two, because I'm a super introverted, super loner type, right? Maybe bordering on some kind of sociopath or something. And by the
Have
way,
you
you would notice. Go
you heard
ahead.
of MBTI personality trait?
No. I
Right.
will I will do that.
Yeah. You should.
There are a few.
I think you
There,
might be a type called an INTP. It's an introverted thinker, intuitive type. That is not a planner. I am an ENTJ, which is an extroverted, intuitive, strategic planner type.
I
So
see.
so we may have a similar sort of understanding base, but mine is more like, even for example, my whole life I planned it out from I would do my first
Mm.
degree, I would not do a master's, and I would go straight to a PhD. So I had planned what grades I need, what sort of how to pass the interviews, how to get through each system and each level, exactly as I saw it from the beginning. So
That's very, very interesting because I was actually I got a new book today, which I will be reviewing soon, and it's called Your Next Five Moves. And it's just a business book, really. It's written by this guy called Patrick Bet David. He's out here in the YouTube streets as well.
all
And
right,
he is a typical entrepreneur, business salesman type stuff in that sector of YouTube, right? And I got that book and I want to review it, not as because I'm not strategic, and not necessarily because I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to learn how to be strategic. I'm actually going to be strategic. It might just be because that way I can at least more clearly define the borders of my ineptitude, of my the word escapes me now. I'll just say ineptitude. The part where I don't have strength, right? You want to at least know that so that perhaps you can more better evaluate the people whom you may need to bring in order to help you do that. Or so that you at least have a clear sight of where you're not particularly strong at, right?
right,
So I've been today thinking about, and looking at the book today, I'm like, wow, like it's quite foreign to me. Um,
right,
the non-planner types, though, I would say this, just for your own particular edification, as to, because the way it's foreign to me, I'm sure you may be thinking like, how can someone not plan? Right? So I would say this: what I do, and it may be similar to what all these non-planner types do, is I tend to just have a vague image. And when I say image, it may not even really be an image, it may even be a feeling in the body. So, a feeling in the body, some kind of vague idea, some kind of a thing where some kind of a state, right, that
Right.
I find to be good and it is in the future, right? And then I just depend on simple virtues like tenacity and sticking to the task, not giving up, being able to be versatile, so on and so forth. And then using intuition, right?
Right.
And then that image, that state which I've put in the future, kind of just pulls me in. And time again, I find myself stopping and then looking back and be like, oh, I did do that. Oh,
Right.
that did happen. Oh, interesting. But that only gets you so far, and that's part of the reason why I'm getting that book. So it's kind of interesting.
Right.
That only gets you so far. So I don't know if I give a satisfactory answer to your question regarding, not being strategic and but still having a sense of responsibility and so on and so forth. Right?
Yeah. No, I mean that makes perfect sense. But I guess what you've explained only really that only works for intuitive types. So if you are not intuitive and you're not a planner, that will make things more difficult. It's the intuition that allows you to perceive time as nonlinear. Because that's what you've just explained, is that you have a nonlinear frame of an intended. You sort of want, you want to be in a certain area, but it's fuzzy. It's a fuzzy image, and if you just keep working towards this generalized goal, something will happen along the way. You'll meet someone else, and you'll just keep moving towards that goal. And if you look back, you're like, wow, I am a lot further along than what I had previously recognized. For me, I used to think like that at some point, but I realized that in order to, okay, I'll give you a perfect example. I have my PhD viva in about 2 months' time. I'm not sure exactly when. We haven't got the date yet. So for me to make sure I pass that viva, what I've done is I made sure that I've published at least two research articles, and I'm going to publish two more in the next couple months, so that whatever transpires in that in the examination room, they don't have a reason that they can fail me, because I have anticipated that it's possible that some people might be racist. It's possible that something funny might happen. But if I already proven that I have more research articles than anyone else in that cohort of entry, then there is no legitimate reason that they would have, because to publish a research article is something of it means that it is already of a certain quality of far more than a pass grade. So that's how I plan things. I anticipate the response. It's almost like chess game. You anticipate the response of the other side, and then I meet those requirements, so that if anything funny was to happen, I've already got all the solutions to my problem. So that's the kind of way, like, strategic reasoning might help a person.
Hmm. Hmm. Yes, I definitely, and that is why I'm moving towards this particular direction. And as I got the book today, I actually started writing down certain things in terms of like, because I have these, the things I want to do and I know I should be
Right.
doing or whatever, but I actually picked up I have this little book and I started writing down, okay, do this and do this and do this. And oh, next year, what are your targets for growing your Prometheus engineering? Okay, this. And I would say definitely it definitely helps. It definitely helps because I have already realized that doing this my way will only take you so far. Like that's just true about any particular strength that you have. You can overuse it, and what took you to point from A to B is not necessarily going to take you from B to C type of a scenario. Now, I'm going to look in here at the chat real quick. Where Snuggles is asking all kinds of questions and says, well, that's why he went to a different culture of people to get a woman. Well, I think he is foreign as well, right? That you
Yeah,
are from a different culture, right?
yeah. I think. Oh yeah. Yeah. To answer Snuggles' question. So no, I didn't go there so I can control someone or find someone who's submissive. That's not even close to the circumstance. It's that I want someone who's culturally from a similar point of view as I am, of basically responding to reality in the most, uh, I guess, yeah, acknowledging what is happening, and then someone is going to fight with me through the world rather than fight me. As though, I don't want someone telling me you're a privileged black male, you're misogynoir, all these terms that are created. I don't want to involve myself in that sort of toxicity, because I've even discussed with some black women, actually, because at the university, strangely enough, I started an engineering society to help black students basically meet up with people of a higher ranking in the work industry to get them ahead. Now, myself and this other black man, we wanted a solution. So I told them, hey guys, if you publish many research articles, there is no way that they can deny you, because this is the currency of the environment that we're in. It's research, so publish research papers. So if, for example, I'm working on a particular project, I will ask another young black man to work on me, and then he will have his name on the research article. And then when he has one, he will invite me. So for every one article I have, I actually have two, realistically. And this is the same thing that a lot of the Chinese people do. They all work together, and from literally each person will have 5 papers, even though they realistically only had one project that they were in charge of, because they have 5 people working together. So it's like the group, a bit like the group economics a lot of other people do. However, the black women in the environment, they were more focused on finding white men to tutor them or lecture them or try to help them move ahead. They were more worried about the mentorship, there's nothing wrong with it, but they were more focused on that kind of environment of, there's racism here and there's structural this here and there's structural that. They weren't willing to really engage with the individualistic aspect of just taking ownership of your own so-called reality. So I would want a wife who, if we were in situations, we're both able to accept that, okay, this is not fair, but this is how we get ahead. We focus on the actualities of the environment. I don't want someone calling me Mr. Genoir, saying that I'm privileged, that I have male privilege. Realistically, if you compare the privileges of black men and black women, actually, if you really quantify it, if you to actually quantify it, you would find that black men have a lot less privilege than black women across most boards. Not all, most
Yeah,
boards.
and I would say, and I know you're responding to someone's question in the chat. I don't think it's necessary to even go that far into the looking at, I think that thinking people can go and look at the reality of, okay, well, who really, it's like the quote from there was a quote and I'm sure it's taken out of context, but it's a little funny. It's a meme from Hillary Clinton that says, um, "Women are the biggest victims of war. They lose their sons and their fathers, and like, the men are dying, but the women are the biggest victims." And it's
Yeah,
this kind of thing. I think it encapsulates. You know what I'm? It
right.
encapsulates the whole thing there, where it's like, come
Yeah,
on.
yeah. When I saw that quote, at first I was perplexed. Okay, I was thinking, okay, if they're talking about grape juice, yes, I'm sure you understand the term
Hmm?
there. Yeah, if you're talking about that kind of circumstance, yes, that is a terrible thing that happens to them statistically more often than to us, and that is a terrible thing. However, that's not what they're relying to, because that's not even majority of the casualties. It is death that in war. And you think to yourself, wait, did my brain cells just skip a quantum reality and juxtapose itself to some? It
I mean,
makes
all the men did was just die. All they did was die, right? So.
right. But what about fathers? Do they not lose sons as well?
Oh yeah, I didn't even think that far. But generally speaking, you see my kind of general
Yeah,
disposition is to kind of just like,
just ignore it. Yeah,
I don't have the capacity to go for arguing who's a bigger victim. Like it's just like, okay, fine.
right.
But I completely understand the not wanting to be called a misogynist or this or that or the other. It is, from the cultural perspective I come from, it's just something I don't understand. So when I encountered it, which I have encountered, right, in the United States from women in the United States, it's a little weird, to be honest with you. Like it's strange. And then there is the aspect of cooperation, which,
Right. That
because if anyone has ever dealt with a woman, you're not going to get a woman to do it. There is no. It's more about cooperation, and cooperation requires that the two people have some kind of a standard of what the natural order is. It may not necessarily be the same standard, But what tends to happen in the West is that there is no, and to go back to the theme of this video, there is very little emphasis on nature, okay? Such that I find, like I'm in Ghana, for example, okay? And I'm Nigerian, my fiance is Ghanaian. And what we share, even if it's not the same conception, but we completely share and are very open with it while I was growing up, right? And I also noticed this in her that yeah, she's a woman, and she completely knows that yeah, I'm a woman, and that's why I do this. Like yeah, this is what us women do. That kind of a thing, where it's like yeah, you know how women are, right? That kind of. She has a conception of the nature of women, and also has a conception of the nature of men, which is not all good or all whatever, but at least with these defined entities here, and then they can cooperate, right? As
Right.
opposed to it just being again oppressor oppressed dynamic, and it's always the war of who's victimizing whom, and one could choose not to participate in that if right.
Exactly. I mean, you've actually answered my question. I mean, Snuggles' question about me, even better. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's the cooperation considerations that we're looking for. It's someone who we can go through life with. We can expect certain g- generalities that we both understand about the nature of reality. Like, yeah. So, sorry, someone new? Yeah.
Yes, we have Earth Rain. Earth Rain just joined us.
All right. Yep. They can speak.
Yes, can you go ahead and say something, Earth Rain?
Hello, can you hear me? My line working? Sound good? Sound clear? Hear me?
Yes, yes, we do.
I'm on the Bluetooth, so I'll try to be as slow as possible. I'm not staying up here long. Um, to the woman that asked this question, it goes back. I always ask every woman to ask any brother.
Earth Rain, you're Borgin, you're Borgin, as we say out here in the YouTube streets.
All right, let me jump out and get back in.
Okay, okay. And while you're doing that, yes, what I would say is Snuggles said, you know, orders being carried out, and also women wanting a man to run things. I think that putting it in that power dynamic uh, is one way of saying it. It's a straight up simple way of stating it. However, I like to put it more in a, let's say, romantic or Disneyfied version, which is, and whenever I tell a woman this, and I have conversations with women about this stuff, they are completely, no matter how where they come from and so on and so forth. When I tell them this way, like, you want a man that you like to look up to your man, right? And they none of them are so disingenuous that they would say, no, I don't want to look up to my man. That just goes against every fiber of their being. They're gonna be like, yes. Even if it's just from a purely, like, you know, you have the, you know, shout out to Kevin Samuels, the PhDs out there, and their complaint is, I cannot find a man on my level or higher. Which means what? Okay, which means what? They don't want to look down. Okay, and that's fine. Okay, so looking at it from if someone is controlling, someone is running things, is one way of looking at it. But there is a role play. Much of life is a role play and a dance. Okay, I look at things, and this is just looking at it from the aesthetic point of view, as opposed to the actual practical raw power someone is controlling. But there is a dance that is done whereby someone wants to look up to someone, and that person has to play that role, and the other person has to play this other role, and they both benefit from it.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, in my opinion, and this is just me now talking. This is just me talking. I think that the woman's need to look up to a man is way stronger. I think that is the only need. I don't really think, to be honest with you, and
You don't.
this is me. I don't think that a man needs to look down on a woman, or a man needs to be looked up to per se. I think that the need is for a woman to look up to a man, and therefore a man has the responsibility to actually carry that out. it's not that he's trying to do, like, okay, not he, me. I'm not necessarily trying to be looked up to, or conversely, to put it in negative terms, I'm not trying to look down on anyone. But she needs to look up to me. Okay, it's her need here, right? So, and I think that just to address Snuggles' question about, oh, and that wasn't really a question, like, about giving instructions and so on and so forth, and who needs to control. But I think that if you ask any woman point blank, you want to look up to a man, right? And they'll say yes. Yes, I want to look up to a man. And they say it in 10,000 different ways all the time. They're not good men out here. How about the higher any men out this, that, the other? That's what they want, that, which makes perfect sense from an evolutionary standpoint. Why would
Yeah.
you want someone that you cannot look up to? Anyways,
Yeah, I will link up the studies actually, all the studies that I've mentioned, and the one that you just
Let me
spoke
say
about.
this, brother, because I'm not on here long, because I just want to come up here in regards to respond to that particular question. Women gotta understand, sisters gotta understand, men only deal with one or two things depending on his economic status and his mindset. He deal with women that could be and want to be on his program. And for beyond that, you have to have some reflection, sweeties. Not men of what you're trying to accomplish or trying to get out of the men is the man that seeks and wants. They don't ask and get straight to the point. Are you doing this program? Yes, no. Okay. You keep it pushing. So to sit there and ask a man if he goes outside the culture, which I think his parents are from the Caribbean that moved to Europe. Am I right, brother? That came up here?
Yeah, I'm from Africa, then moved to
Oh, all
Europe.
right,
Yeah.
all right, that's no difference. Okay, yeah, all right, cool. At the end, a man's going to seek out that will be on his program. That's solely determined on the man.
you're
You
Borging
must
it. You're
find the man
Borging
that
again, sir.
I'm still Bergen. Okay, all right, I'm about to have a conversation. I'm in some area that's not the internet, so I'll step.
Got it.
But thanks, Ike.
You are welcome, sir. You are welcome. And you're on that. You talk like O'Shea Jackson. You're on that struggle Wi-Fi, or the white man is holding your internet back, or what else? What else can I throw at you? And and I'm sorry. You were going to say something, sir.
Oh, right. Yeah. So, yeah. So in terms of the interplay between the dance, basically,
Hmm.
there is actually a study that was a recent one, 2019, that was saying exactly what you said, is that a lot of Western women are finding that they are unhappy in relationships because the men are helping out in the household. So all the things that they say that they want from, you know, more of a helpful, kind, considerate, and by kind I don't mean like, just usual kind person. I mean the more, in your face kind of kind, considerate, cleaning the dishes after her, asking her how her day is every day.
Hmm.
All those qualities that the kinds of men who ask that are the same women complaining that they are unhappy in those relationships. They actually point blank say that they prefer that he would just take more control and just do what he wants to do and not have to make her
Yeah.
feel. Yeah, she just doesn't. It turns her off completely.
Yes, it does turn her off, and there's a there's certain idiots like me, right? And as the Bible says, for all have simped and fallen short of the glory, right? So there's certain idiots like me. You see, I'm someone who, I have a lot of energy, I have a lot of capacity to do stuff, and
Right.
that's not bragging. It just is what it is, right? So I, for some reason, then would think that, okay, I'm going to take on all this responsibility. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I actually like to cook, so I'll cook the meals. I'll do this. I'll like water off my back, right? Doesn't matter. I'll just do it. Whatever. Okay. And it is not appreciated. And not that I was doing it for appreciation, but it actually, the point is, it turns against you, because I don't
Right.
care if it's appreciated or not. If it's appreciated or not, I don't care. I do it mainly for shit needs to get done, and I got a lot of capacity, right?
Right.
I'm just gonna do stuff. But it actually gets turned against you, which I'm 38. So I've lived long enough to see this several times whereby, again, it's just anecdotal evidence, but you're citing some studies or whatever as well. Plus, we intuitively know this to be true, right? That it's not. Yes, I agree with you. The other part is this, and this is part maybe tongue in cheek or so on and so forth, which is I don't really think that happiness is a worthwhile goal. I don't know where, in other words, there is, and I'm trying to be serious here, okay? There is the trope out there that, women are never happy, right?
Yeah.
And it is one of those things where, psychologically, because we're different, I don't understand what really that means. And I don't understand this happiness they're looking for, right?
Right.
That I tend to think that it must be something that is culturally based, whereby at some point in society, especially modern society, somebody put some kind of thing in the air about, maybe let's call it Disney now, okay? About living happily ever after, okay? And somehow women actually take it seriously. And to be more of an emotional being, which is not a put down, okay? But also trying to chase happiness, that just seems to me like a recipe for disaster. You're
Yeah.
not going to be happy if you are an emotional person, right? Almost by definition,
Right. Right.
It's like it's like these
Right.
two things. Number one, yes, they're not going to be happy when you do that, but also they're not going to be happy anyways. And I think that the issue is this trying to chase happiness, which is a strange concept to me altogether. I don't know
Right.
what you think.
Yeah. So okay, this one here. Okay. So you mentioned that it's culturally. I would like to say it's part of it's cultural. And however, part of it I do think is genetic, and I'll explain what I mean. So, I'll start off with the genetic component. Just from my own research with evolutionary psychology and stuff, it seems though, for example, it, no, because we're black, we would be living in huts, not caves. Okay, so back in the days when we were living in the huts, it was the women who were unhappy and unsatisfied with the conditions of the hut, and the men decided, I'm going to make a house. It was
Ah,
always
I see.
women who
Perfect.
notice
Yeah.
things. So even scientifically, women's eyes, they have more ability to hyper focus. Even the best sharpshooters, so in the military, are women actually. So they may not be as strong as us, but they can hyper focus on a particular detail better than we can. We are more better at focusing on moving objects, but they're better at focusing on static situations. So for them, they notice things are not. They have a better eyesight for lack of symmetry. So when they see that there's asymmetry, they want it to be better. So they always complain, and because we are geared to want to fulfill their um right their well-being, so that we can get some, we can continue to fulfill our role of being the whatever protector, provider, whatever we've been programmed, but also genetically predisposed to.
Hmm.
I think that's why that's where it stems
Hmm.
from. However, the prevalence of it in Western culture is because, like you said, the programming, with Disney and all these movies, that there is a perfect prince. There is never a sequel that the life is with misery. It's always happily ever after. Then they have a few problems, but then it's happily ever after. It's always happily ever after. But in Africa, or in I guess less economically developed nations, is that you have still the fact that the man and woman are fighting against a common evil, which is privation.
Hmm.
So in that environment, there's always an ability to improve. So for them, they can continue to get happier because there is a lack
Hmm.
in
Hmm.
them, in the universe. But in the West, there really is no lack. Here we're
Yep.
dealing with hedonistic pleasures. I want to be successful. What does that mean? I already have food, I have water, I have everything that I need. So it's now hedonistic. It's to do with your ego, how you feel about this. And like you said, if you seek happiness, you won't be happy. I am a natural born, what's that word? I am a nihilist. Okay, so by nihilist, I don't mean the colloquial, whatever. Although I
Hmm.
am, but that's not what I mean. I mean the more of, I don't believe in anything fundamentally. I, I act it on principles that I think will yield the best outcome in life, but I don't
Hmm.
believe, like you said earlier with the rights, human rights. I mean, there is no such thing as human rights.
Yeah, so
Right?
you're a student of Friedrich Nietzsche or something like that, right?
Right. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. I don't have like a fundamental. I believe in this. Even God. I am Christian, but at the same time, I don't. How do I do believe in God, but not in the way that most people do. I accept that God might not actually exist if I truly think about it. But I
Because
still act.
you're honest with yourself.
Right. Right. So, so in that respect, I really try to act as based on the right principles that will yield the best outcome across time. Not happy. Happiness has always been the worst. Like you said, it's not a good thing to focus. And for them being emotionally driven more than us, it explains why they have more anxiety than us. All these like generalized anxiety disorders is mostly prevalent in them. And
Hmm.
males, so however, we do have more suicide success
Hmm.
rate. Not a
Yeah, not attempts, but yeah.
not a success rates. That could be just because we're more. No, I don't want to go. I was going to say something. Uh,
But so Snuggles asked another question about and I'll say this and then we'll wrap up. Let me see here because I'm sure we're probably beating another record as far as time here. Oh, okay. It's 2 hours and 41 minutes. Well, actually, not too bad. But Snuggle said, what happens if you give a woman full autonomy? And the autonomy part, I'm not sure I understand because no, I'm not out there granting or taking away autonomy from anybody, right? But if you mean within a relationship, if you give a woman, full autonomy to lead and make decisions, right, in the relationship, what
yeah,
happens? Okay, you're asking a general question, right? And then, but I would say from anecdotal evidence and from intuition, I think that she will resent you for it. And after having abused the power, okay, look, this is just what happens. And I think there was a video. I mean, I don't. There is no. I think that it is enough to stick to intuition and anecdotal evidence in that regard. It's like I don't really think that there's much explanation that needs to be said there because it is not even a question of let me think about how a woman thinks. I think this is more. We all know. Let me just leave it there. There will be resentment because she doesn't want that role and she doesn't want that responsibility. Okay. And she will abuse it because of the resentment. Like she doesn't like you. She doesn't like you for putting her in that position. Okay. I've been there, as I said, right?
yeah,
She doesn't like you to be in that position. She'll therefore abuse the power. In other words, belittle you and do stuff like that. Look, I don't really think women handle power responsibly. Now, this is my projecting something out there, which is a hypothesis, and I'm not saying that it is, especially in intimate relationships and things like that. Women don't handle power responsibly, and I think that's why there are some women in the West, especially if you don't grow up around the male authority, let's say with a dad or so on and so forth. They're afraid of a man having power because they're thinking that the man is going to do to them what they would do if they had power. Okay, I think that men, like the whole power thing, we think of it more as responsibility, more as the trench needs to be dug, the machine gun needs to be charged. This needs to happen. And therefore, decisions need to be made. There is something of value that needs to be pursued. Therefore, there's going to be some people that are better at it than others. There's going to be some plan that is better achieving that than others. Therefore, there's a hierarchy. Okay, so there's a hierarchy of people, hierarchy of decisions, and we need to do it. Okay, maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but I never ever quite think of myself as having power over anyone. But I think that when the tables are turned, it tends to be the case that a woman wants to then look at you as her bitch if you let her do that. And she'll resent you for it, she hates you for it, she'll abuse power, she'll be unhappy, and it's all bad for everybody because we already prior said they all want to look up to you. Okay, so let's not get all in our feelings about what I'm saying here to any ladies that are listening, right?
yeah.
Just being logical.
Yeah, I mean, again, I hate to bring up the studies, and I will post all of them on the link after the
Nice,
video.
thank you.
But yeah, basically, there is actually a trope in business or any kind of corporate environment whereby there's a management woman type who is in management, but she acts more cunty than the men do. Actually, most people don't like her. Other women don't like her, and other men don't like her. And it's a particular type of woman who wants to assert authority because she was denied it, or she feels that she has to something to prove, so she doesn't handle that that appointment well. Because to her,
Mhm.
there is something. It's a bit like when black people, we were freed from slavery. We wanted to look rich more than we
Mhm.
actually cared about being rich. It was a power thing because we were privated the
Mhm.
ability to basically be seen as wealthy people. So the moment we did get wealth, we started to buy blings, and the appearance of wealth was greater to us than the actuality of wealth. It's a similar kind of thing like that for them. Maybe if they were brought up in ways whereby power is sort of synonymous to being a woman as well, they would have that responsibility ingrained. But like you said, they go through a different experience. For example, my girlfriend, she's a beautiful woman, right? Very, very beautiful. Has She was wondering why I was worrying about how I'm going to pay the bills and do all these things. She's like, no, just don't worry, God will provide. I was just thinking to myself, I was like, she's beautiful, so she's always had people to step in for her, whether it's a parent, her friends, or someone. So reality for her is just not the same way that it is for me. I'm not a beautiful person in the same way that she is, and definitely not a woman either. So things don't. I don't have people waiting up asking, oh, do you need help? For me, I have to create all these things. So I think, like you said, the responsibility happen. The lack of responsibilities because they never really have the same pressures from society like we do. We actually have the pressures to it almost force us to consider responsibility.
Yeah, 100%. Especially again, you said woman and then pretty woman, and I think that the average man and the average woman are. There's this thing that was called affluenza. Maybe it's tongue in cheek, maybe it doesn't. It was. I think it was you know what I'm saying, right? Okay. So, and I think that that is the way in which the average man can understand the average woman, which is from the point of view of the average man, and I'm talking as a man, and every man that I'm talking to will understand me, that if you try to understand the point of view a woman is coming from, it is trying to think of her as a rich kid, a rich, perhaps
Mhm.
spoiled kid,
Right.
because from your point of view, that's what she is. Okay, you are useless until proven useful, right? But a woman crosses puberty, okay, that's it.
Right.
In terms of at least one level of use, and perhaps the most important level of use and usefulness in the evaluation. And okay, well, let's check out what's going on here. Okay, especially the prettier they are, and that's why I said average. So put them at the same level
Right.
of pretty, right? There is still, for the man to understand the woman, he has to understand that she has this thing that he does not have, and that's why she's going to have a certain outlook, a certain whatever and then all the but what ifs and whatever, who grew, how about if this person grew up in this, all things being equal is what I'm saying. Okay, let them be from the same, have gone through the same kind of difficulties in life, whatever it is. Okay, there's still that difference. And then when you get to the pretty woman level, then it's just astronomical. Now you're talking about someone who's extremely wealthy, all right? So
Millionaires.
yes, it's hard to understand. So Snuggles says here, and then I'll give you the last word, and we'll wrap this up. That you were indeed saying that, talking about the woman being, goading the man to make improvements, which, by the way, if you want to look at anecdotal evidence or cultural evidence, yeah, that is the kind of the thing. Why can't you do this, or why haven't you not done that? Why can't you be like that person, right? If you want to just talk about, the literature or the arts and, plays and so on and so forth, yes, we see that. And I think that, going back to your point about the biological reasons for that, think Jordan Peterson mentioned that the feeling of being vulnerable. That okay, let me put it this way: that you have to look at the woman's psychology as not just woman, but woman-child in terms of her and her child. Okay, because she's the adult that's responsible for the child, right? And the
Right.
child is a very vulnerable thing. Hence, all this anxiety and all this worry and what's going to happen? Things are right, and this, that, and the other, right? Um, so, and not that they're always that way, but it perhaps will give us some kind of understanding of where that comes from. That there is an aspect of them having this higher level of, and I know the psychological term is neuroticism, which sounds like crazy, right? But it's
Right.
just it's an unfortunate term. But let's just call it anxiety, right? Higher level of anxiety is because um, they are meant to have these infants with them, which are very fragile and so on and so forth. So they're gonna be more anxious, right? With or with, even if they never have kids, because we're talking about psychological predilections and so on and so forth. These are not rational things. These are things from deep within the subconscious.
Mm.
Whether there's a baby or not, or a baby ever there, your design is woman baby. That's the software you're running, and I think it behooves women to understand that they should check a little bit of that anxiety, especially when there isn't really any cause for it, like a actual live baby, you know, that is dying of, of a fever or something like that. So kind of calm down a little bit, practice some meditation, uh, listen to some of my videos on that. China White says, "Hey Ike, shout out to you, and sir, I'm gonna give you the last word, and then I'm gonna wrap up this stream. It's it's been a good one. So I'll give you the last word."
Okay. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Yeah. I mean, I've enjoyed this stream, and I've learned a lot as well about freedom, rights, responsibility, and extended my understanding of everything, especially in regards to relationships. One advice I would give to young men and women, or even older men and women, I guess, although I don't want to, yeah, I don't want to go step over people's toes, but anyways, basically, is that you are the master of your own reality. Sometimes you might be given circumstances that are overwhelming or overbearing. However, you can change it. You might not be able to expand it to the same domain limits that you want, but you can always make your life a lot better. And I've also overcome. I've had challenges whereby things didn't go right. During my own PhD, for example, I had circumstances where my experiments weren't working. I couldn't understand anything. Nothing was making sense. But it was the ability to perceive greater than the linear temporal nature of things that I was able to get a breakthrough later on, and then I was able to actually succeed extremely well. Only because I didn't focus on the failures in a moment, but I had a goal, like Ike, talked about, whereby you have this fuzzy image, and then you keep chasing that image, and you don't create specific hard rules of I need to do this exactly, but you do loosen yourself up a little bit, and just know that if you keep pushing forward, you will get somewhere. And with good luck, hopefully, and luck is just basically opportunities that come, and everyone will have some opportunities. It just matters if you're ready for it or if you're not.
Excellent, excellent encapsulation, sir. Thank you very much. I hope you will join us for. Oh well, let me see here. I'm gonna take you off and add this other character here to give everyone fair time, even though we're gonna end. But hey, as someone earlier said, I'm out here in Accra and it's late. I don't have anywhere to go, so let's.
Hello,
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 hello, sir. Can
hello.
you introduce yourself?
Yes, Napoleon. How's it going? What
Napoleon again.
time do you actually do your streams normally? Because it seems as if I'm getting the times wrong.
Oh well, my apologies.
My
This well, I
apologies.
usually no problem. I usually do if when I stream, I usually do it, and if it's weekdays, at 5 p.m. Pacific. But
Okay,
today being Black Friday, um, I decided, oh, I could do it a little earlier because I figured
okay,
I'm gonna be around. And I'm in Ghana right now, where it's quite late, right?
Okay.
I'm eight hours ahead, so that's kind of why I did that in this particular time. Yeah.
Great, great. And I just wanted to pick up on what was said during the topic, essentially, where the guy was talking about how, girls are good looking, etc. And because of that, they attain a lot of attention and ease of access to resources as a result of it. The fact of the matter is that everybody has their time. Everybody has their time. So when, for example, a young girl is growing up, obviously she'll be attractive early on in life, but also the physiological cycle will lead to her having to have kids in a biological period of time. Whereas a man, on the other hand, is able to have kids late on in life, and he's not going to be regarded highly initially at the start of life as he would compared to an attractive girl. However, if he has a good job, if he is, to use the hackneyed phrase, a high value man, then his value is going to keep on rising way on to the end of life, basically. So even from 30 to 40 to 50, his value will still be high. And even if he's single at that stage, he will still be able to be dating anybody that he'd like to date, very, very attractive, etc. The thing that guys miss from lack of male instruction is that they don't understand the best thing for them to do is to improve themselves to the point that they become a high value man as defined by yourself or other people, maybe not Kevin Samuels, but like, a high value man as far as economic resources, as far as having a specified skill, a very difficult skill, like you do engineering. Obviously, that is considered an abstract course, which a lot of people are not inclined to undertake. Engineering, computer science, things of that sort, or if you start a business. So once you have that high value skill, it will allow you to maintain that appeal and to get the resources and to make yourself attractive, essentially, as a man in the long term. But if you're comparing yourself against a woman, that is a difficult comparison. Of course, you're completely two different people. So how would you be able to compare the two? You can't do it. You can't do it, and that's a mistake that guys fall into. You cannot compare yourself to an attractive woman. It's impossible.
You are absolutely correct, and I think that what we were kind of saying was, and I'll let the young man respond, but was more of an understanding of a perspective, like, oh well, an analogy, right? Just think of women. The average man can think of the average woman as a child that was brought up rich, right? And then you can start to, oh, okay. You can see a difference in perspective, right?
No, of course. However, you see, here's the problem. A lot of guys are single. So anytime they're around a girl that's attractive, they get scared, they're unsure, and they show their desperation. They think, wow, this was attractive. And even if they're the best actor in the world, you cannot dampen down your human tendencies. So you're going to now, if you sit in a coffee shop, you will now turn your head to look and be like, oh, wow, show that there's some interest. Girls can sense that. And they immediately put you in the category of a low value man when you do that.
Mm-hmm.
If you're lucky enough to have a good career, you've been able to now get in a relationship, you're not going to do that, especially when you're satisfied. If I'm at the airport, etc., I don't look at anybody. I don't look at girls when I leave the house because I am in a relationship. So I don't whether they're attractive or not, I don't see the difference. It's very, very difficult because I don't see just an attractive girl. Now I see what hell are you going to go through if you end up dating someone that you don't like, that doesn't have a good personality. So I don't just see the outside, because of experience. I say, okay, this is the outside, but what happens the day after? What happens a week after, a month after? Most guys don't do that. They think in the short term and say, okay, she's attractive, and they just imagine a fairy tale land where if they date that person, their life will be perfect. So once you don't need people, that's when they respect you. And girls can tell, if you go to like a club or you go anywhere and you sit down and you don't even turn your head to look, you're just on your phone, you're just talking to your friends, and you don't even glance at anybody walking past you, the girl immediately gets confused and think, why is this guy not looking at me? Is something going on? Is he rich? Is he a billionaire? Does he have a good business? Immediately their mind is thinking that because they're used to constantly getting male attention naturally.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%, 100%. And there's several things that you mentioned there that I want to kind of touch on, but let me just at least touch on this one, which is about that. You said male instruction, and I understand that different people have kind of different psychological predilections, tendencies. Okay.
How do you mean?
There are people for whom it is way easier, like me, for example. It's way easier for me to ignore people. But that's just because I'm a loner introvert. I have shit to think about and shit to do. I'm not saying other people don't, but it's a question of the more heavily introverted you are, the easier it is for you to just ignore people. Okay.
Yeah.
And because usually you always got something going on that you think is more important. It may sound like an egotistical thing, but it really is not. But it's just that introverts really like their own company. And for the most part, okay, an introvert like me, it is hard for me to prefer someone. In other words, for me to expend the energy to, indulge in converse with anyone else, especially in real time, real space. I'm not talking about like right now. This is a YouTube channel. We're doing something here. But generally speaking, I always I always immediately weigh the cost, where it's like, wouldn't I rather just be alone right now? And for me, that tends to be the answer. However, that's easy for me to say. So I know I can imagine how hard it will be for others who maybe they're more extroverted, gregarious types, whom don't have that thing about, I'd rather be just by myself right now. That's 99% of the time. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, oh, I'm
You're
talking to this person.
absolutely right. You are
Mhm.
absolutely right. If for example you're a very social person, it is as if you've had to change your character to now start to ignore people. Also, I would like to ask you a question. Do you agree with the fact that if you ignore girls, it makes them like respect you more, right?
100%. That it's
Okay, there's a clown. There's a clown in your comment section that tried to take the opposing view. However, this has been disproved by anecdotal experience, by life experience. If you ignore people that seek attention, they respect you more because they know that they can't get your attention. I mean, it's
yeah.
a secret.
I don't think it's complicated that way. I think that we can all understand that we all have intuitions. We all understand that we can all put ourselves in the position of trying to get attention from somebody, right? I
Yeah,
don't know, maybe whatever we want from that person, maybe a boss, a king, or whatever. We can all kind of do that kind of thing, and we know that the person who turns around and like immediately gives us the attention, we immediately lower them.
exactly.
There's no need to, overly theorize about it. Like, I think that this is just something that, we can all analogize. Even if you're not a woman, you all know if you're trying to get attention, the person who you
Exactly.
cannot get attention from, I don't know, maybe it's the Pope. You're like, oh, I'm trying to touch the Pope's cloth. He's irony. But
Exactly.
if the Pope was just
Exactly.
coming and hanging out with you, drinking cognac at your house, at some point you're like, right? So 100%.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
But
Yes.
to continue with the thing I was saying about so there's that beauty thing. Okay. So there's the beauty, and you just get drawn to it. And you mentioned that, yes, don't let that fool you into thinking that there's some kind of value to that beyond the skin deep aesthetic of it. And then I said, okay, well, there's the thing about instructing males, but I said that different psychological regulations because you have to teach different people differently, and you have to understand if you're teaching someone. Like for me, if I'm going to be telling these people, I have to understand that I have this particular superpower called introvert superpower, which is I don't give a damn, right? I can just go be locked up in a cave for ages, and I'm good. But hence, I have to be understanding of their particular proclivities. But there's one aspect where I can kind of see where I see that draw. And here it is more on the level of, let's just use singing to be in particular. Okay. And because I think things through and so on and so forth, and I'm very introspective, so I watch myself, right? When a woman sings beautifully, because I do music, right? So I have occasion to kind of run into these kinds of women from time to time, and there's a part of my brain that gets activated that I can see it's almost like this, I'm just getting fooled that all of a sudden I'm going to start ascribing all these virtues to her, which I know intellectually do not exist. Okay. It's like, no, she's just singing. It doesn't mean she's an angel. It doesn't mean she's actually someone of good character. It doesn't mean anything. So I can relate to that kind of that beauty point. For me, it's some of these other kind of, let's say, skills, intellectual / aesthetic or artistic skills. When a woman is, she's got a guitar, she's singing beautifully. Oh wow, she also composed the song. Oh my God, so she also thinks about. But I gotta stop and say, doesn't mean anything. Okay. Just because she can write a great song and she can sing it like whatever, you always gotta like stop yourself. So that part I can say that is something that I can tell everybody. I remember telling my guitar player this actually, like years ago. And when he was going on and on about this girl that, oh my gosh, she sings or whatever, this girl at church. I'm like, it's just singing, bro. Like it's like a biological function,
Right.
It's
Right.
not and oh yes, okay, yes, she's a good songwriter. Yeah, but I'm a good songwriter too. I cannot take credit for it. It's not character that makes me write good songs. You know what I mean? It's just that there are some people who have certain talents, right? And talent does not mean character at all. As a matter of fact, it tends to go the opposite way because just like that whole rich, spoiled kid thing, the more talented you are, the more you're going into that kind of rich, spoiled kid territory because you have certain things that people will kind of bend for you and so on and so forth. Oh, you're tall, 6'4", and you can sing and you can do this and do that. That's usually something you have to fight that goes against having good character, as a matter of fact. So
Are you
something,
6'4"?
yeah. Well, 6'3", 6'3.5" if we're splitting hairs. But I understand that, again, because I'm someone that's very introspective and knows what I've got, what I don't have, and so on and so forth. And I know that when I walk into a room, I'm going to draw a lot of attention for many reasons, maybe some good, maybe some not so good, right? And I know that if I start speaking, I can control a crowd, whether I'm singing or I'm speaking and so on and so forth. But hence, shall I say, hence, I know not to ascribe a great deal of value to these particular things because I know what they are. And I
Let
know
me
that
ask
I
you.
cannot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Please
go
continue.
ahead.
Sorry. I
No, I was
don't
just
want
going to
to
say that
interrupt you.
I cannot ascribe a whole lot of value to those things because I know they are what they are, and I know that I cannot take complete credit for those things. That yes, it takes discipline and so on and so forth to be able to hone those tasks, but not any more discipline than it takes for any to hone any other kind of uh, task or talent, if you will. But the talent part, the standing over there and being able to do certain magic and hypnotize people, that doesn't mean that I'm a good person. And I think that to your point about giving male instruction, if I'm going to stand on the soapbox here and say that to guys that look, these particular aesthetic things, okay, and talent don't mean character. And as a matter of fact, they're things that people whom are blessed with those things need to fight against those things inhibiting their development of certain aspects of their character. So that's what I was going to say.
Okay, I would like to ask you essentially how many books a year do you read? Number one, and two, you said that you're introverted. So do you think part of that introversion has come from the bullying when you were growing up and like potentially obviously in Nigeria a lot of black people have darker pigmentation. Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, please don't. I don't want to like put you on the spot, but I recall you talking about that before in one of like the videos that you put up. Do you think that is part of the reason that you're more introverted?
Um, Perhaps more nihilistic that'll be that, but I think that the introversion part probably is just more, again, right, you're asking me to say something that I cannot really give you a real empirical scientific answer on. So I'm just kind of telling you my feelings here. I
Yeah.
think, well, I would say I feel like the introversion part is just more, it's always that you can't, that's not so much of an environment thing per se, but there is an additional aspect to the introversion which puts it on another layer of I don't care, right? And I'll call that
Mhm.
nihilism. And that part, yes, that part does have something to do with it. In other words, I first of all, the first thing I noticed was this, that people will make fun of you um, for not being like them.
Mhm.
And in other words, there was this whole thing about being part of a group that I have complete disdain for,
Mm.
right? And I remember as far back as I could remember, right? I would look at them and I'm like, oh my God, like these people are actually reveling in the fact that they're over there and they're in that group and I'm out, right?
Mhm.
And I would always just like, oh my God, like this is disgusting.
Yeah.
So up till today, I'm very, very averse to any kind of group identity, any
Mhm.
kind of us versus. I'm not saying that I'm not a social mammal and so on and so forth. Again, I like to be completely honest with myself. I'm not bullshitting myself here. I'm still a social human being. Okay.
Yeah.
So, validation, this, that, whatever, peacocking, whatever the hell it is, oh yeah, the program still runs. But from a certain level, I'm always reminded that people and their little social group, in group, out group games are so stupid because I was able to see it from a visceral level growing up where you're going places and people are singing songs. You probably know the songs that they sing. Back in the day.
Uh, well,
Uh,
well, I mean, I have an idea, but I don't exactly know because I didn't spend too long there. But yeah, I
okay.
get your point. I get your point.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. But right from then, I just kind of had that kind of, and I think it definitely helped with again, there's this layer on top of the introversion, which has to do with this independence, almost let's say nihilism, to use a strong word, which it just kind of manifests itself as like the idea that people actually want to, do that thing where they feel kind of good and get their identity from groups. I look at it as a blessing. As a matter of fact, it was a huge blessing that I experienced that early because objectively, I think that helps a lot when you're not so drawn by a group identity or wanting to be part of a group. Because I cannot say objectively that it is disgusting, but subjectively it was disgusting because of how I saw it. And I would even challenge and then you put my stick my neck out there by saying that from an aesthetic point of view, I just find it disgusting that people actually do that thing. It's so small,
I Yeah,
so weird.
I completely agree with you, and even from personal experience, I found that although I got to where you got to later on in life, once I did, you are psychologically closer to being free because you do not need validation from anybody else. You don't need their approval. You don't need their friendship. Once you get to that level, that is the only place where you can go towards true success in life. Because if you constantly look for, a validation and you are a minority, you can't get that because the stereotype is going to be pulling you away from things that will make you successful. There's a stereotype that, okay, these guys like rap, they smoke weed, they do this, they do that. How is that going to help you be successful? It's not. Also, I'd like to jump on that point as far as being, swayed by attraction and girls that are good looking, etc. The issue with guys that are too desperate or guys that don't know their value or have an identity is that they're likely to compromise themselves just to try and get a date, just to try and get a girl, etc. So even if they don't do drugs, they don't drink, if you're in the club scene, it's very likely that the girls that you come across will state, oh, I just need to have a few drinks. Oh, they like to do drugs. Oh, they like to do that. Then you have someone who is more academic. They go there and they're so desperate that they want to feel part of the group, or they want to feel like want to essentially acquiesce to the girl's demand, so that in their mind they're more attractive to the girl, and they start doing that, and it completely destroys you. What is doing drugs or alcohol going to gain you? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. You've just done that based on attraction. Well, obviously having a glass of wine is completely different thing. But I'm saying getting drunk or trying to impress girls. And the funny thing is that a lot of these girls that these guys are trying to impress, they are not published authors. It's not like they're Harvard grads or anything of that sort. What have they truly achieved? So what are you doing? You're just doing this all for an aesthetic, but you're not looking at the interior. You're not looking at how much has she improved her life in the way that you are trying to improve your life. So one's identity is incredibly important. You have to have standards as a man. It doesn't matter what job you have, etc., what's your background. Once you have those standards in your life where you say that, okay, I'd like to achieve this professionally, I would like a partner who has these values as well, that's when you can get closer to success.
I see. Yeah, 100%. Youth has to go through its errors and so on and so forth. So the young people that are doing the club thing, doing the party thing, doing the EDM scene and taking ecstasy, whatever it is that they're doing, presumably there's going to be a large enough cohort that will learn from that and move past it. Again, I don't have much to offer in that regard, because I'm just like, for example, I did not go to, so I moved over to the United States and actually to, let's say, California. I moved to California when I was 18. I came to the United States when I was 17. I lived in New York for a year, and then I went to California when I was 18. I did not go to Vegas until I was 30. Okay, not because I couldn't go or whatever. I'm saying that to say that I don't have much to offer vis-a-vis commonality in terms of, okay, well, you shouldn't do this, you should do that, because I know that that is an outlier. That's an outlier type of experience. I just kind of know right from the get-go the scene I don't want to be in. I just don't. I don't know. It's like, it never appealed to me. It was just stupid. Okay, now what did I do though? Because it doesn't mean I wasn't socializing. I said I didn't go to Vegas, so I didn't go to the bright lights or the party or whatever. I always look. I've always lived. Again, maybe it has to do with the way I was brought up, and again, who I am. But yes, I did have to socialize, and yes, I did have to make my way around. And I think that in the interview I did on O'Shea's channel, shout out O'Shea Duke Jackson, I mentioned that I had to find, and everyone has to find something that one thing or a couple of things that they're good at, and use it as a crutch. And this is during your learning process, right? So for me, it's okay. I can dance, all right. And I also, when it comes to dancing, I have no shame. Like, so at a party, or let's say at a bar, because what I would like to do, after 21, between like 21 and 25 or something like that, is I didn't like clubs for obvious reasons. Like I said, I didn't go to Vegas, but I would like a bar because it's more, again, typical kind of introvert stuff. I want a conversation. I want something real. I kind of like authentic scenes or whatever. So I'll go to this kind of like a jukebox bar, a little grimy, whatever, but there's music, right? And people are expected to dance still, right? But the typical thing is people are standing and not dancing. They're holding their drinks or sitting, against the wall. I have the ability to be the first person in the dance floor, right? That was something that I used to my advantage, okay? And this draws people in. No need to go run through the tape of the whole experiment, but you know how it works. You start doing it, and then one person joins, and then another person joins. And it's usually the way it works is you start dancing, okay, and you have to be authentic, like, in the sense that, and again, I'm using the dancing example, but there's something that this particular individual whom is particularly, let's say, focused on their education, intellectual pursuits, or just generally feels like there is a higher calling, to use grandiose language, in their life than to be, doing common stuff with common people, right? There is, however, one thing that you may have that in order to be relatable. So I have these musical talents, okay? If it's with the guys doing a cipher, as I mentioned, the freestyling out there in the back of the house party, I'll join I'll freestyle anybody any day. We'll battle. I'll battle rap anybody any day, right? So that was a way to kind of get clout, let's say, without necessarily compromising myself, because this is something I like to do. Okay, I do like to freestyle, right? And then I do like to dance, and I do like to dance, or I can dance in the authentic way whereby I'm not paying attention to anyone around. Now, I know why I'm doing what I'm doing because I'm not an idiot, right? But I actually also do enjoy that scene, and I want to be dancing to that music at that dance floor. And also, it goes to being a performer. I like to get the party started. Okay. So when I see people standing around like that with their drinks, I'm like, these freaking people, right? I go out there and I start dancing, I start doing my thing. And then usually it'll be a group of girls, a couple of girls with their girlfriends, and they come in and they start dancing with you. Okay, cool. That's your entryway into kind of, and then you have a conversation, so on and so forth, right? Whatever it may be, and that's for a particular kind of group of women in a particular kind of situation. But rather than go to, okay, I'm gonna just go to these raves and take ecstasy and try to, get it right, because
Oh my
that is
goodness.
another main
Oh
access
boy.
point, right?
That's a no-no. That's a no-no. Yeah.
Rather than do that, you can find something that you are good at, that you can kind of lean on. I don't know. Maybe it's stand-up comedy. You go to the comedy open mic session, right? You go to the open mic session and you get up there and you do something. Now, here's the thing, because all the things that I mentioned, these are things that introverts are actually pretty good at. Okay, introverts are great performers. It's a well-known thing, right? As a matter of fact, to be a great guitarist, you got to spend a lot of time by yourself, for example, right? So you tend to find that a lot of very good performers, writers especially, because writing is 100% solitary activity. You're sitting there alone, writing, whether it's songs or this or that or the other. A lot of performers are introverts by nature, right? So if you're introverted slash also maybe a bookish person slash you don't really have interests and you don't like to belittle yourself, let's say, you
Yes.
can actually use your superpowers in terms of performance. All that time you spend with yourself, I'm sure you're developing something, right? You can hold a good conversation. You have a lot of intellectual firepower. You've been reading all kinds of books, and I'll answer your question about the books. But
Thank you.
you can
I like the
definitely.
compliment. I like the compliment. I'm not sure if that was an abstract example or like, that was an actual compliment, but
Oh yeah,
uh,
yeah,
thank you.
perception is reality. You take it the way you perceive it. But the books, in terms of how many, I don't count, right? I don't count. So that is a good one. I think I was having a conversation earlier about me not being particularly strategic and so on and so forth. I'm not a good record keeper. Don't tend to notice what's going on. I just kind of like, okay, like today I got this book by Patrick Bet David about your next 5 moves, which is a business book about strategies and stuff like that, because I'm not strategic. But so that'll be my next book. But what I do like to do though is reread books, because I think that it's more important to do that than to just continue to add more and more and more, right? Because there's certain classics, or there's certain books in general, or any book, you are reading into the book as much as the book is also reading into you. Like, you're taking information to the book, but you're also putting things into the book. So 5 years time or 2 years time, you reread the book, it's a totally different experience. And I'm sure you've all had, you all know what I mean, right? You're like, how did I miss this before? The first, like, it's almost like there are whole sections of the book that you never saw before. Like, or there was this one time, and this is a book on philosophy. I believe the first book that I did on my What I Could Read series, as The World as Will and Idea. At this particular time in my life, I was thinking about writing something, right? And I was thinking through this concept of the self, and what is the self from an objective point of view. Why do we have it? It is the source of all kinds of perturbation and problems. Okay, so there must be some kind of, and I was using an evolutionary standpoint, or evolutionary framework. Like, there must be a reason for something to exist, especially if it's energetically expensive, right? So why do we have these why are we not just pure automatons, right? Why do we have this identity, and it has all this baggage, and why do we have a story, if you will, right? And so that's a kind of heavy philosophical, psychological thing, and I was trying to come up with my own framework for it. It really just ended up being a way for me to study many different things, and then realize, oh well, I don't actually need to write anything. But at the time when I read that book, The World as Will and Idea, I read certain things into it that were completely in line with what I was thinking about the self being a storehouse of values and certain things. And I swear, up till today, after rereading and rereading that book several times, I haven't found what I found at that time. So, because of what I was preoccupied with, I read all kinds of things into that book. Okay, and it's easier to do this with abstract books, with philosophical books and so on and so forth, and even so with also fiction books as well. But I like to stick with certain, like, classics, like Tolstoy and this and that, and then you just reread them, but also while adding new things. Oh, The Creature from Jekyll Island. Oh, there's this business book. Here's this and that and the other. But I don't really keep count of them.
Sure. Thank you. And I think that my advice to you would be definitely write the book, because the good thing about creating, about writing, is that people can, for example, there is no teenager that I know that has a picture of JP, what's his name, Morgan on the wall. He doesn't have a picture of, like, all of the billionaires that have come and gone prior on the wall. They have pictures of artists, people that create music, writers, things of that sort. So the good thing about creating is that even when you're long gone, your creation still stands here on earth for your grandkids to see. So even I intend to write as well, and I think it's a great endeavor too. So essentially, that was all I was about to ask. Thank you very much, and have a great night too.
Yes. Have a great night. And I don't think we have anyone else joining, so I will go ahead and yeah, Nicer, you're out there trolling and clowning. Yes. You guys wanted a later version, a late night session or whatever, and wanted me to go on. So yes, I did drink the wine, and the wine got me talkative and probably all red in the face. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up in a nice, neat little bow. But before I do that, okay, before I do that, I'm going to go through the comments, okay, just so that I'm not leaving anything behind. Okay, so there was uh, Goldie Jones. Goldie Jones was beefing with tongue in cheek, but it's all love over here, Goldie Jones. Individual thought leads to innovation. The group think doesn't allow for it. Yes, 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 yes. Kind of goes with that video that I made about the individual is what is required for things to change. Innovation requires an individual. The group is what holds tradition, holds the line. The group doesn't want to change. The mob is very dumb by nature, right? It is a different animal altogether. A group of people is not the same thing as just a collection of individuals. It has a different psychology in and of itself, which has a purpose, which is to hold the line and not to change. That's its purpose, is not to change. But individuals are needed in order to do that. All the stuff I've been saying, I just have to mention, in addition, that there's a lot of stuff about, the superpower of introversion and hyper individuality. But without me saying it, I think we know, because there's probably a nice cohort of introverts in here too, that there is a big cost that you pay, which is there is a huge social cost that you pay in the sense that, you know, it is hard for people to really understand what the hell you're about. And people tend to read a lot of things into you. And then I'll mention this, which I mentioned in the last stream, which is as an introvert, you're introspective. You go deep, you go into all the corners of yourself, and you have to learn not to share. So even in this channel, I try to censor myself, okay? I know that I can kind of with the totality of the things that I say, I know that you can present a reasonable picture, even though I go hard on the masses sometimes, or I go hard on this type, or go hard on that type, or say this or that or the other, or talk about how groupthink is disgusting to me, and so on and so forth. Um, I like to use particularly sharp language, but even then, I try to kind of censor myself. But knowing not to share too much because people have a different threshold for what is for sharing, or for what they consider alarming. An introvert doesn't really consider a lot of things alarming because they're always looking in there. And then if you pull it out and show somebody, someone is like, what the hell? What are you, a serial killer or something? And I haven't learned that. I put that away. And even in intimate relationships, you got to learn not to share that stuff, especially if you're in an intimate relationship with a non-introvert, because they're gonna put a certain amount of weight. So what to you is just a throwaway line? What to you is just regular, dusting up cobwebs in there, and oh, look at this thing, look at this thing. To them, it's some kind of really deep, really meaningful. Why did he say this? I'm gonna go think about it. I'm gonna bring it up 10 years later, type stuff, right? But for you, it was just I was just talking, right? I was just doesn't everybody do this? No, not everybody does it, right? Not everybody does that. Shout out to Young Swift. Shout out to Young Swift in the house. Da, 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 da. Reimagine the idea. Another. That's just my perspective. Pop, 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 pop. uh, change your appearance to look like people they say they don't like. Snuggles. Well, people are complicated. People are complex, and it is what it is. People are complex. People are complex. Great show. And Goldie Jones says, I would appreciate an apology, but he seems rude overall. Okay. Never heard someone calling introversion a superpower before. Well, you better believe it's a superpower. Young Su same here, but I treat it that way. It may be seen as extrovert, but yeah, there are many things about it. The first of which is trust. People tend to trust introverts. Or maybe it's just more that they tend to not trust extroverts. Yes, and I will have to say to take things in stride, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, over here we share ideas, and yes, 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 yes. I did think that calling out. I haven't read the back and forth there as to what was going on, but calling someone a clown was perhaps uncalled for. Because even when I go about my uh, rants about how certain people are not worthy, there are ways of presenting that. There are ways of presenting that that are more apropos of, not apropos, but rather more appropriate for intellectual discourse. More appropriate. And what's Taylor saying? Taylor says, I want to hear more of the draconian side of your brain. Huh. I see. Young Smith, I think the same mold, the anti-hero is often the most compelling character because his motivations are unclear, but his convictions are just as strong. You want to hear of the draconian side of my brain? Yeah. And by draconian, you mean the strict side, the pedagogical side, the perhaps pedantic side, because I got that in spades. I can be rather pedantic, pedagogical, strict, no nonsense, hyper disciplined, and so on and so forth. But I think that comes through. And but I'm also a goofball. That a goofball singing dancing monkey. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we talked about freedom, equality, and nature. The presence of freedom and equality in this particular triad here makes it such that the conversation was political. And as we went into the after hours, we went into many different diversions and side streets about the political order, vis-a-vis nature, vis-a-vis different cultural groups that emphasize more responsibility than rights. This is a triad for which you can only get one in any particular silo, in any particular concept, in any particular endeavor, any particular framework. If you're going for freedom, you're going to need to give up equality and nature. Going for nature, you're not going to find equality there, and there's not a lot of freedom because nature is about constraining and nature is about discriminating. Overall, we talked about typical contradictions that people make. It's fine to make these contradictions, but as long as you know that you're making them. So we talk about this person in the party who's all about freedom when it comes to reproductive rights. They're not about nature. But then they're all about nature and not freedom when it comes to, the protection of the habitat for this particular frog. And then they're all about equality and no freedom and no nature when it comes to, let's say, the economy. And they have more redistributionist tendencies. It is fine, just make sure that you understand which lane you're in. And this all should give you the idea that humility is required because life is about trade-offs, and also that psychological predilections and predispositions are a big factor in determining where people land on philosophical discourse. However, it's you as an individual that has the responsibility to be able to flesh out the landscape within which these particular decisions are made, right? The landscape within which these particular decisions are made needs to be thoroughly fleshed out. And we use Cornel West as an example. He's a very different person from me. I am proudly a man of inequality and freedom. And I'm one of those kind of maybe almost autistic people that likes to be consistent. So I go for freedom like a libertarian all the way. Now, you will find that libertarians tend to be the most consistent in terms of when it comes to, let's say, reproductive rights. They're like, freedom. Comes to the economy, they're like, freedom. Comes to the environment and things like that, freedom, right? For the most part. And then when it comes to, let's say, nature things like, well, how do we live? What roles do we take? We skirt that by going to individual freedom and say, I am going to live my life and rule my castle according to what I consider to be the natural order, but I'm not going to impose it on you. That's the libertarian way. I mentioned at some point during the talk that I was going to talk about the group that is the most consistent. The group that is the most consistent are the libertarians, but there are always a small group. You're not going to get a majority of libertarians. Libertarians tend to be more popular on the right, which is on the conservative side, because of the inequality that they're okay with, because they rather freedom than equality, and the right, for the most part, conservatism, if you think about it, from the broadest framework, is about inequality. It's about aristocracy. It's about hierarchy, right? That's kind of really what it's about. Again, from a philosophical standpoint, not from a thin veneer party politics standpoint. So, given my own personal perspective here, is that I'm one, for the most part, of those kind of libertarian types who likes consistency and likes a lot of freedom. And then when we get into a snag, we run away and go to the individualism aspect and say, I'm not going to dictate to you what the natural order is, but I'm going to live my life in accordance with the natural order. I will uphold your right to live to your definition of the natural order. Because I do believe in nature, right? I do believe in nature. So my libertarianism is a political stance, not a metaphysical or epistemological or ethical stance. Okay? My libertarianism in general is a political stance, and mainly economic. Socioeconomic is a stance that I take from the point of view of the group. And it makes sense being an introvert. Again, going back to psychological predispositions. Being an introvert makes sense that you will kind of like the libertarian thing. Don't threat on me, stay away from me. I'll do my own thing, you do your own thing. I don't like you. But they as a group tend to be most consistent, but they're always a small percentage. Okay? Because that kind of hyper consistency is in line with a certain antisocial point of view. And yes, introversion does have antisocial tendencies. Antisocial doesn't mean it just means, not social. It doesn't mean it's not a bad thing, it's just not social. Not really looking to groups, right? Everything that I've said about my psychological makeup, right? So these cohort of people psychologically are not very big in society. You find them amongst the Asperger's people and the whatever, okay, the people on some kind of a spectrum, and they're all about consistency and freedom and individually whatever, right? That's kind of where I land on it. That's how I resolve the freedom, okay? I don't go for inequality at all. I mean, I don't go for equality at all, okay? I take freedom and then I take nature on the individual level. Nature on the individual level, nature on the level of epistemology, nature on the level of metaphysics, what things are, nature on the level of my own interpersonal relationships, and so on and so forth. But on the political front, you're free. And then equality, I don't even want to hear about it. That's generally my disposition. Now, a Cornel West type has equality forefront, right? But I understand. I don't have any beef with him because he has the depth and the breadth and the sincerity and the humility and so on and so forth, such that we can both understand the need for each one of us to exist. There's no need for me to compete with a Cornel West or have to say that he is wrong. No. We need people with a heart for equality around. If everyone was like me, the world would be a very cold, cold place. Right? And if everyone was like Cornel West, then, you're not going to have this kind of spice, right? And it takes many different kinds of spice. So that there was a quick summary. Shout out to everyone in the chat today. You guys asked some rather very, very good questions. Shout out to Snuggles, constantly hitting up the questions. What would Jesus do? Is death bad? What is balance? What is imbalance? Yes, 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 yes. I left some of those intentionally unanswered because, unanswered questions keeps the appetite going. Keeps it such that you'll be back for another live stream, right? I can't answer everything. So if someone's natural nature is the pillage and plunder, reading what Snowball says now, and you're in their sight, how do you deal with that according to your nature? Okay. The world is a place of chaos. The little bit of order that we can create for ourselves is but a blessing, or however you want to say that. I do not expect either the universe or a political order to be able to address every quirk, right, of every individual. Generally speaking, the idea is if you give people the freedom to go do their plundering, right? And if they go around doing it long enough, they're not going to succeed. As it tends to be the case with psychopaths or sociopaths, is that they don't last long in any particular position. They tend to move from spot to spot. They get found out in this spot, and then they move somewhere else and somewhere else, and so on and so forth. In other words, it is not a perfect system, but the quote unquote market handles the crazy outliers. Okay? So that'll be the answer to the question. And my apologies. Well, I really don't apologize. I was going to apologize for certain terminology and whatnot, but I think that just like I said about not answering every question, it is a thing of mine that I like to listen to. I like to listen to things that I do not understand completely. Like, so like I do some trading, retail trader, cryptocurrencies, stock, whatever, nothing crazy. But I like to listen to these particular channels on the economy and finance that are really deep, that are like these finance PhDs talking about the history of the monetary policy and this and that. And I can only get like 30% of it. Those are the kinds of conversations I like to listen to, because you can enjoy them over and over again, and they can stretch you in strange ways. And who says that one really actually needs to get 100%? I think that it's more fun to not get it all. I'm just saying that to say this, that I don't necessarily believe in broadcasting. In other words, I believe that it is more entertaining, more engaging to the audience if they're not completely getting everything that you're saying. However, I do make sure my message is very simple, very measurable, very intuitive, and actionable, which is my little slogan that I like to say. But from a vocabulary standpoint, I'm not going out on a limb to make anything difficult. It's just typical, just talking typically. But I will not go and water things down, because I actually think it's less entertaining. And no matter how intellectually heavy things get, there is a principle. First, entertain. First, entertain. That is a principle that I hold very true. Whether you're a teacher, you're a politician, some kind of orator, whatever it is, first, entertain. And I believe it was Tom Wolfe that said that. And if you look at the definition of entertainment, you'll see that it makes perfect sense in terms of why entertainment is the first job of any speaker. It means to be able to hold people's attention in a leisurely way, in an effortless way, whereby they're not struggling, right? So entertainment that's what that is, to be entertained. First, entertain. And having these words that are not particularly clear or watered down, perk up the air and hold people's attention. So attention is the deal. What is the meaning of belief? Yes, we'll tackle that one some other day, Smuggles. What is the meaning of belief? That one goes really deep. That one goes really deep. Okay, because some people don't really believe in anything. In other words, some people think that believing is absolutely unconscious, and that the only things are convictions. Like you can be convinced of an argument, but that's more of an abstract thing that has to do with abstract logic and so on and so forth. There I go trying to answer it. No, I'm not going to answer your question. All right, I'm not answering it. We are out, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
On the shore, relentless in the war, the legions in our hearts, shed waters in our balls, the spirit and the flesh, the emotions that arrest, the cerebral will contest, propelling the unrest. Preachers and bandits with means underhanded, the teachers pedantic and lack understanding. So sweep out the sand with the broom in your hand, stand up, make we burn Babylon. Guess I can give the world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you lurk in the demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Cause I can give the world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Trembling in the haze with the semblance of a blaze. With gratitude and rage, we touch another page with delirious delight. Impervious to light, this vitality and might encourages the flight. Preachers and bandits with means underhanded, the teachers pedantic and lack understanding. So sweep out the sand with the broom in your hand. Stand up, make we born Babylon. Cause I can give the world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Cause I can give the world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. But the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within. Cause I can give the world to you, but the falling of the curtain is for certain. Be careful where you're lurking, demon searching. The spirit and the women fight the battle within.